Welcome to the show. The last step on the road to qualification has come. It is the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and we can see competitors getting set for the opening round of competition, the round of 80. And these are the underdogs really looking to fight their way possibly into the top 20. Probably a long shot at qualifying for the Championship Tour ranks, but certainly a chance to crack that back end of the top 20 and give themselves a spot on the Challenger Series for next season. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett, a former CT campaigner who spent many years competing here at SURFEST. Rich, 40 years you've been coming here. How's it feel,
Showing
mate?
my age, mate. Thanks, Ronnie. Good to be in the seat with you again. It feels great coming back to Newcastle. It's an iconic venue. It's an iconic event. You know, I said in the morning show, you know, I've watched so many events here, and it inspired me to be a pro surfer. I want to be part of it. I was lucky enough to compete in, I don't know, 15 of them. And now I can sit back and call the action with you. But we love Merriweather. We love Newcastle as a surf city. It's got a great energy about it. And, mate, excited for this event, number 7 of 7. So we're going to send some people home. We're going to put some people on the Championship Tour as well, which is going to be really exciting.
It is going to be huge, and we're going to find out what's coming our way on this opening day of competition. It is good morning once again to Felicity Parmentier.
Hi guys, thanks Ronnie. Well, I found Matthias Hurdy here this morning, and you know what, this morning it was really wild, windy, a lot of rain, but you've had a free surf. Can you give us a little bit of a rundown on the conditions and what it was like?
Yeah, it was definitely bigger this morning and raining and stormy, but out there was really fun actually. I had some fun surf and plenty of opportunities for everyone, which is cool. Like, I'd rather surf that than like offshore, small and slow. So this is like good for a 4-man heat, so yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you heard it. There's lots of opportunity out there, a lot of size. So back to you guys.
Thank you, Fleck. And yeah, looking forward to chatting with the team. We've got a solid team for calling the action here at SURFEST in this 40th year, this very special anniversary. And we're looking forward to uncovering, like you said, Rich, the next wave of CT talent, but also some people who are really just starting their Challenger Series journey. So it's going to be fun to watch it unfold this week. But let's have a look at what is coming our way in the way of qualification scenarios here at this final stop on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's really exciting, isn't it? We've already got Eli Hanneman locked in. He's going to be on tour in a few weeks' time. Callie Vast, George Pitter, Manly boy, number 3, hoping to get him back on tour. And then there's a whole lot of action underneath him. Sammy Pupo, you know, Morgan Siblick, Jacob Wilcox hanging on to number 10th position. He won this event. It was the opener of the Challenger Series. He got the win, and he needs to back it up here because there's a whole host of surfers underneath him who are vying for that 10th position. We know that 10 will go on, and they'll be competing at Bells in a couple of weeks' time. It's Sammy Pupo on your screen now.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo, he has just been a superstar when he's been relegated back to the Challenger Series. He's really shown his resilience in recent years and always performed really well. Interesting to note, though, on the men's side, there is quite a bit of space between the top 11 and then when you sort of drop down in a 12. So they've got to do a lot of work. We know they're chasing a huge finish in this contest to, you know, get a couple of rungs up the ladder and possibly get themselves in a position to qualify. But there's a good look at the conditions we're faced with here on this opening day of competition. It has cleaned up a lot since this morning. It was just
horrible.
A mess out there earlier. Rain squalls and really, you know, would have just been a duck diving competition. Just that non-stop wind swell, short period wind swell there. But there is a little bit more order out there at the moment. And we heard Matthias Hurdy saying, you know, like a lot of the competitors would opt for just that bump in the swell, increased power in the lineup over, say, smaller, cleaner conditions. And with surfers like, well, Dom Thomas and Dakota Walters in the lineup, who are both so strong above the lip, I think there's a really solid chance we'll see some big airs thrown out today on this opening day of competition. And we are underway here for the 40th time at SURFEST. Big shout out to Bioglan and Bonsoy right behind this contest, along with a cast of other incredible supporting partners, you know, supporting surfing at this really crucial level as we look to uncover the next wave of young superstars. Already some places being short up, especially on the women's side. So not a whole lot of space left to join the graduating class of 2026.
Yeah, valuable positions on the women's side. Only 3, and interesting way for Dakota Walters to get things underway, but you can see big, stormy, junky conditions. But I actually like it, Ron. I like this. I like these type of waves.
Well, everyone in Australia knows that over the weekend we had the Australian Board Riders Battle, a national board riders event, and many of the competitors having to scramble down to Newcastle after the contest, which was staged at Burleigh. Dakota Walters was one of the star performers in the final, almost getting Byron Bay the victory, but just falling short. But he is looking so switched on. This is an absolute superstar whose rise to the CT has been plagued by injury. Even this year, you know, he was really held back. So let's see if he can't just get himself a really solid result and ensure his place on the Challenger Series for next season.
Yeah, absolutely. Dakota Walters, a real star in Australian surfing, on the rise. And if you were lucky enough to catch some of the action from the ABB, mate, he was absolutely on fire. This is Mihimana Braid, the Tahitian, just up and over the roof of that one, pushing a little hard. And, well, Mihimana, he's been a bit of a fixture on the Challenger Series over the last couple of years. Performed really, really well down at the Sydney event that we had on over several years. But great goofy foot surfer. Yeah,
he's one of those, you know, a caster of, well, there's lots of them in the Challenger Series ranks who've had some wild card opportunities. He's had 3 runs at the event over in Tahiti. He's had some pretty solid results too, quarter-finaled in 2023, but just last year got himself a semi-final finish and a pretty impressive run. Disposed of Kanoa Igarashi, Cole Hauschman, and last year's world champ, Yago Dora. So, you know, Mihimana has what it takes at the elite level, but this year hasn't been campaigning on the Challenger Series, so he's one of those surfers after that big result to basically cut the need to go to the qualifying series, the regional qualifying series. Here we go. Igor Moraes from the same town as Gabriel Medina, trying to get his campaign started as Dakota gets a shot at a wave. So you can tell all these competitors are just trying to find some space out here at the moment. They'll take a gamble on a few of these waves, and at times it probably won't pay off, but all you need is one big section, Rich.
Yeah, we know that once we're at the Challenger Series level, those big turns with a lot of power and impact, they are the ones that the judges love to see. They'll throw down a big number. It's a nice wrap here for Dakota. Comes up, gets to the finish, up and over that closeout section. And really, I think the order of the day here is to keep rolling the dice until you find that wave that does open up. Gives you 2 to 3 turn combination.
Well, here goes young Dom Thomas, the carpenter, 20 years of age, from just down the coast. And he keeps his rails wet as well. It just feels like, you know, those aerialists are wanting to get some scores in the account before they take flight. It's also a pretty lumpy lineup out there at the moment, so finding the space to launch looks a little difficult at this stage.
I really like this wave from Dom. Beautiful top turn flare there. Gets a little drift off the lip, and then this really well connected carve. Kind of a roundhouse hack and little de-weighted right at the end of that turn, but kept control. Really good surfing.
So SURFEST bookending the Challenger Series this year, which is very unique. It's not often you return to the same venue in a tour, and it's going to be a real quick turnaround and adjustment for those competitors who do graduate to the CT. Just, I think, 2 weeks, little under 2 weeks to get yourself prepped before heading down to Bells Beach for the first event of the Championship Tour season.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting, and you know, they call it the grind, the qualifying tour, the Challenger Series. They're quite grindy, but you know, if you make that tour, you need to reset and be prepared for what's coming next. And there is a step up in expectation once we get to the Championship Tour. And of course, just dealing with the nerves for the first timers, perhaps. They make the tour, you know, you're coming in and basically watching your heroes, and you've been watching them for years and wanting to make that tour. You need to be able to step up. Confidence, huge part of it.
Number of surfers, you know, right there in contention to graduate to the CT have been there before. So, you know, that they've had a shot at it. They've probably had a long time to think about how they'd approach those big CT heats differently, but I don't think they're getting ahead of themselves just yet. This is a huge contest in the context of all their careers, wanting to get back there, wanting to get there for the first time. And for most of these surfers in the opening round, it's just about getting as far through the draw as possible and seeing if you can't get inside the top 20 to keep a place on the Challenger Series for next season.
Yeah, Ron, often the first heat as a competitor can be sometimes the hardest one, just to get that initial heat win underway, get it under your belt, start to get that confidence, momentum. You can really get yourself on a good roll. But this is the guinea pig heat, first heat of the entire event. All the competitors will really be watching this one closely to see where the scoring opportunities exist in this lineup. This is Dom again.
Yeah, he had a fantastic start with a 7. He throws a huge air reverse. The board was right there under his feet, but the impact, it was just too much for him. But that's what he's capable of. Touched on it at the start of the heat. This guy is really strong above the lip. He's cracked the draw at the Stab High event in the past with a strong performance right here in Newcastle. And that would have been a big number and a fantastic way to start his campaign, or even back up what was a great start. A 7 to kick things off for him in this heat. That one would have probably taken him into the excellent range, Rich.
Oh, just, wow, just got it kind of exploded underneath his board. Unfortunately, that landing, he just got detonated, but love the form. Shifting his weight onto that front foot, great rotation in the air.
Saw Dakota watching on from out the back. He's going, okay, let's see where you're taking this battle. Let's go. Mihimana. Oh, there's a nice hit from the Tahitian. 30 years of age now. As you said, he's, you know, been banging away on the qualifying series, had a few cracks at the challenges as well. Here's Dakota on the Bioglan replay.
Oh, beautiful hack there.
Oh, he's looking good, isn't he?
And just slams that finishing turn. So a great 3-turn combination there. This is the most experienced man in this heat. Mihimana gets a quick snap on his backhand and a beautiful flare to finish that wave off. So things are starting to settle into this heat now. Our surfers putting some numbers on the board. Really impressed with Dom Thomas. Don't know much about this kid, but with surfing like this, he's got himself a future. So I think this was that wave that Igor took on the previous replay here. So milks this one through to the inside, just looking for extra points. Gets a little hung up, goes over the handlebars. So with a little bit of work to do now for Igor.
Igor just a few years younger, I think, than Gabriel Medina, but, you know, grew up surfing with Medina, and I know the Medina family is giving him a lot of support through his, you know, campaigns to get to this point. Hasn't had a lot of success on the Challenger Series this year, but maybe this is the event where it all comes together for him at the moment. Finds himself back there in third place, chasing a score 4.98. No second chances in these 4-man heats. Got to crack that top 2. Eagles after a 4.91. Mihimana Bray after a 3.48. Dakota Walters gets himself into the lead. 617, 517. There's that solid foundation in the scoreline that he can now build on. I mean, for someone that, you know, was running around Burley Point in that tag team format event over the weekend and dropping excellent scores, you know, Dakota looked pretty sprightly on his first couple of rides there, Rich.
He sure did. And, you know, he would have driven overnight to get here. So I don't know if the kids had too much sleep, but certainly his performance today, this morning, looking on point. And he's done everything perfectly. right now. He's got 2 solid scores on the board. I think you're right. I think we'll start to see him take to the air. Mihimana comes into our screen. Bigger wave, that 2-turn combination again. Does have a strong backhand, gets nice and vertical.
Yeah, like so many of the, the great Tahitian surfers over time, you kind of picture them in barreling reef break waves, but Papara, they're little peak, beachy, almost like a bit of a trestle setup, cobblestones and whatnot. It offers a great platform for them to work on their high performance surfing. And Mihimana looks like he's been putting in the time, looking pretty sharp out there at the moment, but does have work to do. On the outside, Igor in the red, the Brazilian, he's going to let this one go. Control is with the 2 highest scoring riders in this heat so far. Dom Thomas with priority, has the benefit of that 7-point ride. The Tahitian has just jumped up in a second with a couple of mid-range 4s, but he's going to need a lot more than that to hold that position.
Yeah, if you're Dom Thomas right now with that 7-point ride in your scoreline, you're just going to wait. You're going to make sure you close this out. Another decent score will almost certainly see him move through to the next round. So I would say he's in the box seat at the moment.
Here's a replay of Dakota Walters, 6.17.
Oh, just up and over that first little section. I love that carb there, just releasing it at the right moment. Digs in again, and a beautiful flaring re-entry to finish off. Great technique.
Again, for our international viewers, probably not too many of them catching the event over the weekend, but I was super impressed with just Dakota's patience, his read on the waves that he took off on. You saw it even there. There's a added maturity to his surfing at the moment.
For sure.
Not kind of forecasting what's going to happen down the line, praying for the ramp to do his go-to moves, actually really willing to stand back, size things up and attack the pocket.
Yeah, well, it's kind of surfing for that one big moment, which is potentially high risk, and the odds are sort of fairly low versus a more structured approach where you're, making calculated turns and surfing the wave for what it is and extracting all the points out of that wave. And that seems to be what Dakota's found, that formula now, which is great, because the beauty of his approach is that now he has those points on the board, he can go to those high-risk moves. And that's where, if he gets those 2-turn combos and finishes with the big air, that's where he's going to go excellent.
Well, just over 16 minutes to go here. Dakota Walters out in front at this stage. You're watching Bioglan SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Back in just a moment. World Surf League and Newcastle SURFEST acknowledge the Awabagal people as the traditional custodians of the land and waterways here at Merewether, one of the most beautiful parts on the Australian East Coast. We pay our respects to the Awabagal people, their elders past, present and future, and extend this acknowledgement and respect to all First Nations peoples and all cultures who join us in person and online. Great turnout for our welcome to country here with our athletes taking part on day one of competition here at Bioglan SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. 14 minutes remaining in this first heat of the round, with plenty on the line for all competitors here on day one. During the break, we had Dom Thomas getting himself back up in the top two. Here's the Bioglan replay.
Yeah, a little sleepy at the start of this wave. You can see him just jumping to get through to this second section. Gets that wrap down the line, big extended float up to finish off. So drops the score in a 3.57. And this is Igor, the Brazilian. Some nice powerful hacks on the backhand, but Ronnie's just can't seem to find those waves that has that end and finish, that big closeout turn that he's been looking for.
Well, settling right into the heat now is Dom Thomas, loading up. This wave not really ramping for him, but he somehow manufactures some pop. Bit of rotation there, incomplete though. He'll go back out. You can see Dakota, Dom, even Mihimana, just a little bit more comfortable in the lineup, having built some numbers early. Igor sort of playing catch up at this stage of the game.
Yeah, definitely, and looks like we've got another little rain squall coming through the lineup at the moment, but nothing compared to what we had this morning. It was horrible down here, but the signs were there. So great work to the contest director, just having us go on hold for a couple of hours, let things settle down. Contestable waves out there at the moment. Dakota Walters out in front. If he can get through this heat, I'm sure he'll go and have a bit of a lie down after a couple of marathon days.
Absolutely. Well, he's going to have a big week if he wants to get to that final and claim victory here at SURFEST. And you know, just reflecting on the history of this event, Rich, it's an amazing honour roll, and one that every single surfer in this draw would love to throw their name up on. I was walking around the event site before, and just on the athlete setup, there is a banner of just classic images from all the years here at SURFEST. Just remarkable, some of the names on that trophy. Yeah,
all time, obviously. You know, the likes of, more recently, well, Jacob Wilcox was the winner last year. But, you know, Jackson Baker, the local kid, Julian Wilson's won it. More Aussies, Matty Wilkinson. The list goes on and on. The greats, Joel Parkinson. And then we cast our way back even further. Damien Hardman, Tom Carroll, Tom Curran. The list goes on. Mick Fanning's won it 3 times. So, yeah, plenty of names on the esteemed list there. Any of your favourites, mate?
Oh, I just can't believe a Manly boy would completely disregard one of his closest friends in Dayan Neef.
I was waiting for you to drop it.
You absolute dog. On your Dayan. We'll never forget 2003. Matt Bemrose might. As we see Dakota Walters loading up for something big on the inside, rips that board through the pocket, spins it into reverse. Almost rides out drop knee. Well, he did, and he somehow stuck it, trying to get rid of a 5.17 Walters, and Dom Thomas up behind him. He's trying to improve his position to get rid of a 3.57, loading up, whips one off the top there. Great adjustment. You could tell he was thinking air, but the section was just too flat. So a good exchange for the Australians here.
Really love the composure of Dom Thomas, but we'll get back to that. Great wave here for Dakota. Watch this, big fade to start off with. Beautiful slash up high on the wave here. Almost gets the grab, but completes the air rev. Quick adjustment, really did well to get back on his some weight on the tail pad there to get to that final finishing manoeuvre. And then this is Dom Thomas. So these guys really picking the good waves, allowing them multiple turns. Little funky foam climb there, another wrap. This is where things start to heat up on this wave. Tricky, foamy section there, hard to keep the fins engaged. And a little tripped up there, but he's picking these waves with opportunity down the line, but Dakota definitely getting the best of that exchange.
Well, Mihimana, he's trying to keep himself in touch with the front runners here. But they're pulling away at the moment. Just over 9 minutes to go. As our next heat gets set to hit the lineup. And it's a solid cast taking to the water. Luke Swanson there on the beach about to hit the lineup. Another incredible aerialist from Hawaii. Tenshi Iwami, Japanese competitor Lennox Smith, who also surfed strong up at Burleigh Heads over the weekend, and Caleb Tancred, another superstar from the Australian Board Riders Battle. They're in the mix, so this is going to be a fun heat. Caleb and Lennox, they've already earned their place on the Challenger Series for next season with strong performances on the regional qualifying series. So they'll be freed up and major threats in this contest as we see the Bioglan replay here of Igor finding a section to finish. I think that's just a celebration that he's finally connected with a wave that made the inside.
Yeah, well, that was definitely Igor's best wave in the heat so far as we watch live action here of Mihimana. Off the bottom, off the top, goes for the big hit to finish off. And unfortunately coming unstuck, so time starting to tick away, 8 minutes. Both Igor and Mihimana, they've come a long way. And they've got 8 minutes to pull themselves out of danger here. Let's see what went wrong. Stone and Wood slow-mo. Nice first turn. Comes around off the bottom, and you can see that lip just coming down a bit quick. Just mistiming that second turn. Mihimana goes down. It also puts him at the back of the priority order. So things getting a little difficult. And with each one of these rides where Igor and Mihimana just not converting, Dom Thomas and Dakota Walters, they keep charging further ahead. So the two Aussies got a stranglehold on this heat at the moment. But we saw shades of what Igor is capable of, and definitely some influence there. You spoke about Gabriel Medina. I'm sure these guys surf together all the time. Can see some similarities in their styles.
I was just excited to see that Stone and Wood are back as the unofficial beer of the Aussie leg.
Oh,
you know what that means. Post-show into sunset here. But yeah, we're going to be slowing things down with Stone and Wood throughout the day, having a close look at the technique of these incredible talents out there in the lineup. Just over 6.5 minutes to go. It is time for the GWM heat recap, and it's Dakota Walters lighting it up out here at Merriweather at the moment.
Yeah, really putting a good heat together. Wave choice on point, surfing on point. And this, for me, great wave here for Dom Thomas. Love the composure and patience of this kid. His positioning of his manoeuvres on the wave, really impressive. You can see here he wants to get one of these airs nailed as well. He's got that talent. And Dakota streaking down the line here. You can see why these guys are dominating up the top of the leaderboard in this heat right now. Beautiful surfing there. Just clicking with that final manoeuvre. And hunting Mihimana Bray from Tahiti. The most experienced man in the heat so far. Just not able to put his waves together. Just perhaps wave choice, just letting him down at this point. And Dakota, great fade into slash. Down the line, gets the grab, gets the rotation. Little finishing shimmy manoeuvre. So sitting on pocket sixes at the moment. Healthy heat total.
Wow, that Marcio Suvi sharp eye under his feet just looks so dialed in. Really sitting on the water nicely. And I think when the conditions get like this, Rich, you can speak to it. You know, going to a wave that was taken during that GWM heat recap. Tahitian fighting here. Finds himself in third place after a big score. Has to be a strong finish. It's decent, but I don't think enough to get himself back up into the top two. And this one from Dom Thomas.
Well, Dom just hitting that oncoming foamy section. That's not going to come into consideration here.
But yeah, I just wanted you to touch on it, Rich. Just when someone is so in form, they they turn junky conditions and almost smooth out all those bumps and make it look a lot better than it is. It's kind of what Dakota and Dom are doing out there at the moment.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's tricky waves to surf right now, but I actually think it's really fun out there. There's so many little pockets and opportunity on the waves, and the way you stitch it together is what Dakota Walters and Dom have done exceptionally well.
You look at the honour roll for this event, and you know you probably had some of the best all-round surfers taking victories here. You know, people who are able to adapt over the course of an event. There's always a big day here in Newcastle, a windy day, a rainy day, some smaller days. You know, to get to the victory, you've really got to face a lot of different conditions. And you know, names like Mick Fanning, who had multiple victories here, Joel Parkinson, Kelly Slater. I remember Andy Irons having a couple of good runs at the event title here in Newcastle. We're all really strong in smaller stuff and in junky conditions too. It is
a wild event because we do get thrown in so many different conditions throughout the waiting period, and yeah, you're dead on. It's those that can adapt, and you know, find those little nuggets no matter what is happening out in the ocean. They're the ones that normally come away victorious.
So just over 3 minutes to go here for Mihamana. And this is crucial. Igor, he's got priority at the moment. He needs a pretty decent score. It's not out of reach. His last wave of 4.47 went a long way to just giving himself a shot.
Oh,
and he gets a big section here. Now a little different on the backhand with this wind at the moment. You might have seen Dakota or Dom really launch into something huge on that final section, as Mihamana also gives up his turn with priority.
Wow.
So the task just got a lot harder for the visitors.
Yeah, you can almost sense a feeling of desperation with Mihamana and Igor, but just struggling to find those waves that allow them to open up. We know that they've got the talent. They know they can do it. But this is competitive surfing. You know, wave choice, a huge part of it. You need to be able to identify that swell, that wave that you can extract points out of, and as a competitive surfer, you're sort of eyeing each wave as it's approaching you in the lineup, and you're kind of sizing it up, going, okay, is this a 7? Is this a 6? What can I get out of this thing? You see Igor here just takes off on this wave, just shuts down there. Even the one big turn, it wasn't going to net him the 6.81 that he needs. Under 2 minutes now.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking times for obviously the end of the Challenger Series campaign for a couple of competitors in each of these heats moving through this opening round. But you know, failing to find success can mean you're back on that regional qualifying series, which is so difficult in itself to move through. So Igor just hoping for a shot here in the final minute and a half. He needs a 6.81. The requirement pretty similar for the Tahitian after a 6.71.
Yeah, well, these guys will just be trying to put some distance in the lineup in terms of space, because what Dakota and Dom can do, being in first and second priority, is they can basically block these guys. But it looks like Igor, no, almost had a look at that one.
Saw a flash of white on the bottom of the screen there. Mihamana. Wonder what kind of work he got done on his final effort. 45 seconds to go. Here it is. Oh, nice first turn.
Great first turn. Comes around the section, connects with the second. Wow, another little slash and a fourth turn. So all the way through.
He likes it.
Mihamana, he's selling it to the judges right now. 6.71. So it would be on par with Dakota's 6.9, around that zone. That's what the judges will be looking at, comparing it to the two highest scores of the heat.
Really solid surfing. I think there was just some added height in the face of the wave that Dakota took off on. Gave him some space to really draw out his bottom turns and get tight in the pocket. Dom Thomas up at the moment. He's the man under threat from the Tahitian. He finds a big section, drifts the fins, but catches a rail riding out of that turn. And now he's got that nervous weight. You've got to commend the fight, though.
Love the determination from Mihamana.
Timmy Patterson looks sharp under his feet in that final ride. He liked it. Threw his hand up, gestured to the judges.
Connects there, critical turn on the back end. Comes round again, clicks perfectly in the pocket of that one. Gets a third little slash there, more like a check turn to set up this final closeout re-entry. First two turns were strong.
Was there enough in the finish? The score's rolling through. And he is going to get the number he needs, a 6.87. The Tahitian just learning now that he did enough on that final effort to get himself up into second place. Trying to hear through the rain squall. The onside announcer is going to give him the result in just a moment. A tough one for Dom Thomas. He wasn't able to back up the 7.
Oh, wow. That's it. Heartbreak right there. And elation for Mihimana Bray. Just in the final moments, stealing the advancing position.
A great performance from Dakota Walters there, powering on through to the next round. We're going to take a quick break. We'll get Heat 2, the round of 80 underway in just a moment.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia, by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, and by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
Great to have your company on this opening day competition here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Dakota Walters on screen. Hasn't had too many runs at the Challenger Series events this year. Just his third effort this season. But he's made this opening round count, dropping solid scores, getting himself an early victory. A confidence-building win as we now get into heat number 2. Lennox Smith, an on-fire young Aussie, who's looking sharp. This is his first Challenger Series contest, but we'll be seeing plenty of him next season.
Yeah, we sure will. If you're an Aussie, you probably already know the name Lennox Smith. This kid is on the rise. This is Tenshi Awami from Japan on his opening wave. Flares off the top, big drift. But the whitewash just eating him up. This is Luke Swanson on the backhand. Nice flare on that first turn. A bit of tic-tac work to get back down on the face and a little rebound to finish off.
And Caleb Tancred also getting into the mix here. Sets the fins free on that first turn, loads up for the finish on the inside. Another nice drift. Had a massive hiatus from competitive surfing. Caleb Tancred completed a university degree, working as an architect now. But his boss is another former qualifying series campaigner, Fraser Doval, who understands that Caleb's on a mission, gives him plenty of time out of the office to chase his dream. Actually won the last regional qualifying series event, his first major victory, QS
Awesome.
6000, to get himself up into third place on the Challenger Series ranks, qualifying series ranks, to make the grade onto the CS, and earned a wild card through the apparel sponsor of SURFEST, Revere Projects, his sponsor. So great to see him in the jersey. He's going to start pretty nicely, 4.33, wins that opening exchange.
Yeah, he was too good a talent, wasn't he, to not have another crack at it. We see him here, just picking up a rare left-hander.
He's going to opt out of this one.
He's stronger now, isn't he, than he
Mate,
was.
he's
He
huge.
came back just a bit of a unit. And, well, this is just a replay here of Lennox Smith up and over this section. Throws the little layback jam straight off the bottom, off the top. Did well to keep the rail on the water there through that foamy, soupy section. This is this little left-hander. We know how this unfolded. Just a little jam off the foam and then a quick out for Caleb Tancred. He knows that that wave wasn't going to net him a good result. So wait for something better.
Yeah, all these competitors in their mid to early 20s. Good fun to see them. And where they're at, all kind of at different stages. And I think the break from competition is going to serve Caleb Tancred well. You know, a little bit more perspective. I think, you know, ultra competitive. Had an amazing junior career, won an Australasian junior title. But, you know, returning to competition and getting a major qualifying series win almost instantly is quite remarkable. He's had a lot of support from Micro Hall, Glenn Hall, who's been in his corner forever and always been a great sounding board for him.
Well, he's also got the tutelage and guidance of Julian Wilson now.
Oh, Lennox Smith. Powerful opening turn here and swings the tail and doing so well on a pretty dodgy looking surface there to stick that turn, that drift of the tail. Yeah, the Shell Harbour talent's coming on strong, competing alongside his old boy at the Australian Board Riders Battle up there at Burleigh Heads over the weekend. Let's have a look at the Stonewood slow-mo here, Rich.
Gosh, that was just a ferocious hack. Right in the pocket. And when we talk about flair, this is what we're talking about. Getting that tail really free, just sliding over that section. But he did well to stay in control. Love that two-turn combination. Really interesting to watch.
And so 2 of the top 3 from the regional qualifying series out there at the moment. That's going to be a huge score. He threw everything at that. And then Caleb, he got this one during the slow-mo replay of Lennox.
Just the single wrap. You can see nothing down the line. So that's, you know, perhaps not the best decision-making in terms of wave choice, but a good decision to not keep going on with that wave and milk it, just identifying no opportunity down the line.
Like Lennox, you know, Caleb just possesses those big, powerful turns and, you know, doesn't need to scrap for you know, minor points. He just needs to find a couple of big sections and he could go excellent.
Well, he was another one. Both these guys, they were up at Burleigh yesterday, made the way back overnight. Regroup, regather.
Luke Swanson has, you know, free surfing wise, maybe the most unbelievable highlight reel of any surfer in the event. Unbelievable, some of the airs he's thrown out in recent times. You know, winning the attention of John Florence and getting accolades from some of the world's best for some of the huge punts he's pulled off. Great to see him here at Newcastle competing.
Yeah, he's a freak. Super talent.
Had a tough year on the Challenger Series though, so this is a big opportunity for him to show us what he's got, build some confidence as he continues his career.
Yeah, well, competition surfing is so different to putting together a good edit or just being that free surfer. You know, you've got time. But competition, it's pressure in a 30-minute slot. You need to be able to sort of manipulate what happens in that heat, make sure you're on the best waves. You need to convert on the waves that you take. There's a formula to it. There's a confidence too that you can build in competition.
Here goes Tancred working with Jake Patterson at the event, and there's a beautiful cut.
Oh, no.
My goodness. Right in the kisser.
I can see Jake Patterson's head
Oh, that was a
when
shame.
he came off, because that was going to be a decent score.
This is such a beautiful, drawn-out opening carve, wasn't it?
Just jams in there, holds that rail line, and then unfortunately just the front foot slipped off, which, you know, in these sort of rainy conditions, the ocean's perhaps a little bit slippery and slimy. A lot of sort of runoff from the land. But that was unfortunate, because that was going to be a good number.
Just over 19 and a half minutes to go. Let's check in with the winner of the opening heat, Dakota Walters, with Felicity Parmentier.
Thanks, Ronnie. Congrats, Dakota. I think the question on everybody's lips is, we know you surfed in the ABB yesterday. You did some serious laps on Burley Hill. How did you make it down here? How are you feeling, and how are the legs holding up?
Yeah, I'm pretty cooked after yesterday. We had a massive day with Byron board riders down there, getting close to the wind, and got us a hell day. Massive day of surfing, and then I hadn't even packed anything. I had a 6:30 flight, and the final finished at 4:30. I drove home, started packing my boards, and realised half my boards were at my girlfriend's house. So I flew down with 3 boards, and then got my sister to drop a few boards with Alistair, who drove down last night, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, wow. Well, it's a serious effort. This morning, you know, it looked like storm at sea to your average punter, but you managed to find a couple of sixes out there and really draw some silky smooth lines. What was the game plan going into the heat?
Yeah, no, I don't know. It looks really hard, but at least there's a lot of opportunity. So I was kind of keen just to try and roll the dice a bit and get a few, and lucked into a couple runners after going over the falls on my belly first wave.
Well, go and rest up, mate, and enjoy the rest of the day off. Congrats, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Flick. And big shout out to Dakota's sister, the saviour, and no doubt his old boy, Jeremy. His mum will be watching as well, because they're going to be pretty invested in this campaign that Dakota's going to have to put together in this event. Younger brother Harley looking really strong competitively as well. He's been fighting his way back from injury as well. So, you know, good to see the brothers looking sharp and, you know, doing the kind of surfing we know they're capable of.
Yeah, and I think this is it. Dakota will be just taking this as good experience, getting the reps up, building his confidence on the Challenger Series. But wins like that, man, he competed really well in that heat. Should be proud of his performance.
He's got a few more heats to go, that's for sure. 17 and a half minutes to go here. Tancred had a fall on that last one, 3.7. It's just the dream start to that ride, and it was going to get him back in the heat. He was, you know, on his way potentially to a pretty good score, it felt.
Yeah, I feel like there was a 6 in it for sure if he had made that second turn. But you're right about Lennox. A good number there, Ron. 7.17 for that 2-term combination. That's the highest score of the day so far. Highest single wave score.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some competitors in this opening round. You know, inspired performances. I think we'll see some people break into that excellent range before long. I think there's a pretty good chance we'll see it in this heat, actually. 16 and a half minutes to go. You are watching Heat 2, the round of 80. And we've got plenty more coming your way on the opening day competition here at Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST. Love our time here at the city of Newcastle. It's got everything. Great waves, beautiful beaches, just an absolutely throbbing nightlife, incredible restaurants. Some of the best pubs on the Aussie East Coast, guaranteed. And it is just a population of just mad sports fans. We get right behind these events, turn up in force, right behind their local footy team too.
It's a replay here of Caleb just getting a two-turn combination on the backhand. So starting to build. He's ridden more waves than anyone this heat. I think that was his 8th wave.
Oh, this is live action now. Luke Swanson getting in on the mix, the 22-year-old with a couple of nice hits on the backhand. A really dynamic finish there. Gets up over that high impact section, and he is going to get himself right back in this heat. Here's Caleb Tancred. Couple of nice hits from Caleb. He had a number of rides already. He's been the busiest surfer in the lineup, but just wasn't converting it into big scores. Let's check out the Bioglan replay here of Luke. Great start.
Yeah, that second turn just clicks with that foamy section, keeps that momentum and speed down the line, and almost as the backwash was hitting that wave and lifting the wave up, Luke hit it in a perfect spot. Just a pretty good two-turn combination on the backhand from Caleb as well. So focusing on these lefts, conditions changing slightly. So we got some scores going, I think, for Caleb, and we'll reassess the situation. Currently in second, but that wave of Luke Swanson, that's going to change things up.
Sure is. And Luke has been coached for years by Ross Williams. He'll be tuned in, watching this youngster try and make a serious run at the title here. But that is going to be a good score for Luke, probably the second best number of this heat so far. We'll get him up into that top 2 as we see Caleb down the line, hungry for a ramp. He sort of demonstrated to us that he doesn't mind whether he's on the backhand or forehand. Oh, I think the forehand is a major strength. Has a lot of power he can unleash with that forehand, but not finding the right kind of section just yet to show us what he can do.
Yeah, I don't think we've really seen the full force of Caleb Tancred yet. We've seen shades of it. There's some good individual manoeuvres, and he's managed a 5 on that last left-hander. But Luke Swanson, he's leapfrogged into second place, 5.83. So this heat really starting to tighten up now. Our Japanese competitor, Tenshi Iwami, he needs to get some action happening here. Sitting on a 3.7 is his top score.
Next heat, starting to make their way down. Always kind of found that, you know, a little bit concerning if you're one of those surfers in 3rd and 4th chasing a score. When you start seeing competitors make their way down the beach to head out for the next heat, you're like, oh, time's an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, if you haven't locked in a score in the first half of the heat, it definitely builds pressure. Pressure's an ugly thing in a competition situation, especially in tricky conditions like this.
Amazing at the start of a heat too, Rich, when you look at the clock and go, I've got half an hour, I'll get a couple of decent waves out here.
It's amazing how fast the time goes when you're actually in the water. It almost feels like it's double time.
Well, look out, Luke Swanson loads up, finds the section. You could tell it was kind of pushing him back into the left.
Oh, beautiful bowly little wave here. Hits it perfectly, just didn't quite get the full rotation. Got a little stuck.
Loving the Stunnerwood slow-mos just to get a close look at it. He didn't have a lot of time to really, you know, set his launch into that move. I think that's what kind of hurt him. But that's what he's capable of. He can pull those things out at any time. So keep an eye on him. 10 minutes to go here. Caleb Tancred after a 4.34. This is anyone's heat at the moment. I mean, Lennox Smith in a powerful position, sitting out there with priority. It's a massive benefit. knows he's got a big jump on the field with that 7.17. Almost 2 points when compared to the other surfers' top scoring rides.
Yeah, he's in the power position, isn't he? He just needs to be a little bit patient here. We talked about the clock ticking down. 9 minutes on the clock. You would think that Lennox is going to be able to get a good number, and that'll close this out, really put his pressure on his other competitors.
Lennox is one of those guys that you kind of go, well, I want to see him progress, but I also want to get a post-heat interview out of him. He's such a character. So let's see if he can't get a victory and get us laughing.
Well, here he goes.
Yeah, standing back on the tail, sizes up that first section. It does flatten out a little bit, and that's a wasted opportunity with priority there. And he'll know it, but he'll still be in that #1 posse. And he'll slick his hair back and go into greasy car salesman mode, trying to sell other competitors a lemon.
Yeah, we're talking about priority today. I don't feel like it's as important. Obviously still important, but not as important. When the lineup's so spread out, there's a lot of opportunity up and down the competition area at the moment. You can kind of sneak away and get away from your competitors. When it's normally clean on a really defined break, that's when priority is super important.
Well, Lennox might find a little rebate here. It's going to be a prone takeoff. Gets out in front of it. The wave starts to fatten up, though. On the outside, Caleb Tancred. Nice swoop to get started. Draws up into the pocket again. Another nice rip. Well, he only needs a 4.34 to get himself back up in the second. Bit of a flex there.
I love that flex. Just a look. That's it. No fist, no anything else. Just a flex. Beautiful rail surfing here. You talked about that that power foundation. This kid has it. Just extending those calves, extending the rail line. Oh, that wave was just begging to be hit all the way through. Great timing. And that's going to be the best number of the heat, in my opinion.
Here we go. Tenshi. He had a beautiful carve earlier on. He's going to start this ride the same way. But he needs another high-impact section to get himself into this heat. Swings the tail, not bad. Rides that roof. Feels like a mid-range score, though. And it feels like after Caleb's number drops, he's going to be chasing quite a good score to get himself in the mix here, Tenshi.
We talk about manoeuvres with flow and transitioning from one turn into the next. That wave of Caleb, he stitched that together so well. Each manoeuvre, there was no hopping, there was no bouncing in between as we see him just going for the jog up the beach. He's way down there.
Yeah, he's looking really fit at the moment, Caleb. Well and truly prime. Julian Wilson on screen. He's down here supporting. Of course, Caleb, a Revere Projects team rider. As we dive into the GWM heat recap, Lennox Smith setting Merriweather alight with a big combo here on the outside.
Yeah, power hook into a power flare. And to date, that was the best number of the heat, a 7.17. And then this is Tenshi, the Japanese surfer. Geez, he's got some good rail game, but unfortunately just caught the board to the head, wasn't able to convert on that wave. And Luke Swanson, he started to get busy. This is his best number. Some nice, clean surfing on the backhand. Well-timed manoeuvres, gets to the finish, gets that flare, and that was the 5.83. This is Caleb. He's been super busy in this heat. He's getting lefts, getting rights. But it's been this latest wave here that really set the tone. This is the last one. Connects beautifully. Look at the transitions just into each turn with speed and flow. Nice and powerful.
We are pushing closer to that excellent range now. That one falls in at a 7.4. Caleb now in the lead. Luke Swanson going after second place. In third currently after a 5.52. He's got a wall that's got quite a bit of foam on the face, making it hard to really draw out those moves and get some solid hits in. Reads it really well.
5.52 is what he's after.
There wasn't a lot of height in that wall. Not very steep down the line either.
Yeah, any time where that wave tapers right down basically into nothing and it doesn't allow you to get that big finish, sort of leaves the judges with a bit of a lackluster feeling that, you know, the wave just kind of went through the motions. Jizzy surfed it well. Let's not take away the fact that he ripped the bag out of it. I just don't know whether the wave had the number on it.
4.5 minutes to go. We're waiting to see. Luke, though, not wasting any time in getting himself back out there. Scores coming through. 5.33.
For Tenshi on his last wave.
Yeah, sorry. Tenshi on his last wave had a 5.33. That was the big, clean, wrapping swoop at the start, and then the finishing kind of drift on the roof of the wall. We're waiting on Luke's number to drop now.
I tell you what, Lennox needs to be a little bit careful here.
Luke needs a 5.52 now.
So Lennox Smith out of the gates early with the 7.17. He's been sitting on that 4.17 back up for a number of minutes now. He is in second priority, but he will desperately be wanting to put this out of reach.
I think Tenshi with priority is still a threat in this heat.
Absolutely.
Just based on the quality in the carve on his 3.7. Now, it wouldn't have even been so, you know, it's hard with the carve. There's not a whole lot of risk in it, but the way he executed that turn, you know, it kind of felt like if he got the combo, he was probably heading towards a 7 himself. But I think he's capable. That's what he showed us.
Absolutely. I just don't think you can argue against that power rail foundation in anyone's surfing repertoire. It just looks so clean. It evokes, you know, feelings and emotions for the viewer. You just can appreciate what they're doing when they hold that rail line, especially in conditions like this.
Gave us lots of feels, that ride, didn't it?
It did.
The feeling of a big, clean swoop looked beautiful in that tricky lineup. Yeah. And then the feeling of your board just clubbing you in the face. You try and work it into a snap. 2.5 minutes to go. Caleb Tancred. Well, that busy attitude in this jumbled lineup really worked in his favour in the end. Found a wave to convert on. And that's what Lennox Smith will look to do on this ride. He's after a 5.24 to get himself into the lead. This one fades away. You mentioned that, you know, sometimes, you know, priority not as important, Rich, as say a clean day on a predominant takeoff zone. Can afford to roll the dice on a couple of sections out here at the moment. And I guess if you're, you know, a surfer like Luke Swanson, Lennox Smith, you know, with those big airs you can go to, you know, it's even, you're really just looking for a section. You're not even necessarily looking for a wave that's a bonus if you can find one that will give you combos, but you'll take a big oncoming ramp.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, not everyone in the field has that ability to be able to convert on a one section wave.
Here we go. Tancred. He's up again, trying to get rid of 5 now. Just working it over. He'll commit to the inside. Throws a huge hook under the lip. And digs it out of the water and rides out.
Wow.
They're those kind of big individual turns as we go to the Stone and Wood slow-mo that we were talking about, Rich, that, you know, guys like this can kind of improve on their heat score total. Have a look at the commitment here.
Watch the inside rail of his board here. Completely buried, nose goes under, somehow gets that weight back on the tail and pulls it out. Wow, that was one huge turn to end that wave for Caleb. Geez, he came on strong at the end, didn't he?
It looks like a second rower in a rugby league team at the moment. As we see Tenshi finishing off his heat here. There's just 35 seconds to go. He checks the clock. And he was after a pretty decent score, 6.02. Wonder if he got much work done on the outside.
Well, he finished it well. We saw the 2-turn combo. Whether he got anything before that, if he did, he's going to be pushing that number.
Rain coming down here. Luke Swanson just begging for an opportunity in the last 10 seconds here to have a shot at a top 2 finish in this opening round. It doesn't look like it's going to happen for him, but Caleb Tancred up the heat score total, 6.67 for that one big absolute hammer under the lip on that final section.
the size of him. He's a unit.
Hey, look at the shoulders on it. Shoulders of justice. He's back in a big way, isn't he? And this is an important event for him. Getting the wild card spot here in a Challenger Series. How far can he go in the draw and prove to himself what kind of threat he might be attacking the Challenger Series next season? Here's the replay of 10 She's Right. Just a set-up turn there.
Well, I love the finishing turn, but to me, it didn't feel like the number. I think it's going to come up short.
Yeah, all the numbers coming through, Rich. And despite a spirited effort on that final ride, he's going to come up a little short. Really, his big chance was lost with a fall early in the heat. Lennox Smith.
It's hard out there. You ripped one though, hey? I just got like a nice clean one down the end.
Let's have a look at the fat boy ride of the heat, Rich.
Let's. Beautiful carving turn to start things off. Another swooping hack up into the pocket here. Just the timing on this wave. It was finesse from start to finish. Gets that last little section. And, well, just about got excellent. But beautiful surfing there from Caleb. And a little warning shot to the rest of the field.
Yeah,
hey, this guy means business.
He sure does. So heat 2 in the bag. We've got more great heats coming your way. Dylan Moffat, Taiko Tanaka, Rylan Beavers and Eden Hassan are out there next. We're going to bring Jess Starling and Vaughn Blakey into the booth.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SURFEST, and by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
It's a big week in the world of the Challenger Series. It is the final stop. We are going to be welcoming some very lucky surfers onto that championship tour here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by one of my absolute favourite people. Morno, we've spent the last 48 hours together. I can't wait for the next however many that we have to go.
I hope we've got the entire Aussie leg, maybe even New Zealand, but it all starts here at the Challenger Series finale. SURFEST, 40 years. It's amazing. I heard Richie Lovett talking about earlier, you know, his first trip up here. I think it was back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, and I wasn't far behind him. My first ever assignment for Tracks magazine when I was a young journo was to SURFEST. And yeah, the fest was very apt in the title there because it was a huge party, everyone coming from all over the world. And it was just one of those experiences that you had to be a part of. It has such an incredible legacy, but it's also a great big celebration of surfing here in a city that lives and breathes surfing. Has obviously got a list of champions from here that is famous.
Yeah,
in the world.
It is one of the most talked about surf towns really in the world, and it's got the Steel City, but it's such a surf town. So a big happy birthday to SURFEST. 40 years this year, and I think it's so fitting to come here for the 40th year anniversary and know that, you know, these guys, they're here, they're going to get on this championship tour. This was why we're in the break here. Dylan Moffat in the red, getting us underway in this heat, Warno.
Yeah, well, Dill, he's got energy in the legs after a big weekend of surfing for Narrabeen. You heard Ronnie and Rich talking about, look at that, snapped a slide. So a funky little start there from Dill, and right behind him, the Kauaian Ryland Beavers. He gets a nice snap off the top. And I believe this is his second shot at a Challenger Series event. Won't get the clean right out there. But what a great experience for Ryland to be here, representing Hawaii.
Yeah, and then Eden Hassan, one of the local boys here, just from up the road, Port Stephens. He knows this wave better than anyone. You know, he surfed here a lot, gets to come down here whenever it's pumping. Maybe it's a bit too big up at Port Stephens. And he's really familiar with this lineup. When we're working with the swell that we have on offer today here, I feel like Newcastle, it presented itself, especially in that first Challenger Series stop. When it's big and stormy, you need to know the sand and know where the banks are. Yeah,
isn't it classic? Like, you can get here, if there's any south in the swell, like anywhere, it's just slurping it in here at Merriweather. It loves any sort of swell. But yeah, you're right. It can be kind of a little bit tricky. So warm-up surfs are really good, and timing is everything, you know, especially when it's junky like this. If a TP stands up, if there's a section, you've got to make the most of it, because it could easily just hit a little dip in the bank and flatten out straight away. So, you know, we saw Caleb Tancred do that in the last heat, and these guys will be looking to do that again here.
Yeah, Dale pushes through that back foot on the first turn. Again, with the second, you can see a little bit of lump on this face. There's a nice clean section. Drives the tail around again, but can't quite keep the hold on that finishing turn. But I love the fact he's pushing. He's trying to give the judges something to think about. A little bit of variety. Ryland Beavers here. Second ever Challenger Series appearance. The first one, big flex over at Pipeline. Now he's here in Oz, belting a finishing section here at Newcastle. So Merriweather Beach still has those really big chunky sections. Think back to earlier in the year, Josh Kerr did a crazy one on a twin fin, but this is the replay of Dill here, Warno.
Yeah, and this is a really fun surf, isn't it? You know, it's not perfect by any means, but there's plenty of opportunities as these waves come through onto the bank. And Dill getting busy here, just a couple of turns, doesn't look like he's in perfect sync with it, but, you know, is there such a thing as in perfect sync? I think, well, on a day like today, you know, you're really just taking your opportunities as they pop up. And I love this. Ryland looks good. He's been real speedy. There's a lot of intent in his surfing. What a cool thing to have your first ever CS event at Pipeline. I know he did pretty well in the Florence Pro as well, QS at the start of the year. So making a few moves here, the young Kauaian.
Imagine getting your first call up onto the Challenger Series. Some of your heroes are on that. People have surfed on that championship tour, and you rock up and it's 10-foot pipe and Benji Brandt's going out in the locals heat. You know, you've got all of your idols, the goats at Pipeline, and then you're sent out and you're like, all right, here we go. Yeah,
I think it would be a pretty daunting experience for any Grom to be paddling out in a contest of this scale, particularly at Pipeline, but anywhere. You know, the Challenger Series is that next step up from the regional qualifiers, and of course, you can almost taste the big leagues, the big show, just on the other side of that qualification scenario here. I mean, this event has so much at stake, not just for those in with a shot of qualifying, but for those who want to stay on the Challenger Series, and for those who want to, you know, put on a good show and maybe try and go out with a bang if they're not in that qualification conversation at all, even sort of retaining their spot on the Challenger.
Yeah, we're even seeing a lot of new names, like the likes of Eden Hassan, who hasn't competed in a Challenger Series event before, gets to show to the world what he's capable of. And it's similar to, you know, Caleb Tancred. It's not very often we see that name in a big Challenger Series draw. So we're actually getting familiar with a lot of new faces.
That's
here.
Right, and Eden, he has plenty to show. He was just down in Phillip Island, the Phillip Island Pro, a regional Q just recently, and threw down a massive frontside rotator on a huge wave, like similar surf in size and power to this that we're seeing today. So don't be surprised if we see something really special from Eden Hassan. I feel like, you know, if he comes in and he's put his best foot forward, he's going to be so stoked.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a really great highlight reel over on his Instagram as well. I remember Shargao, this is the QS 6000 we have in the Philippines. A few years ago, it went all the way to a quarters in his first international QS appearance. And Shargao's a little right-hand slab, so he also knows how to read a barrel really well, and he was finishing those barrels with big full rotation. So Eden, we love to see him go to the air. We saw just little shades of that from Dakota, Dom Thomas earlier this morning. But when we look at the likes of this heat, a couple of guys surfed this before, have a couple of years of experience under the belt, similar to Daiki Tanaka and Dylan Moffat. They've both been competing here since around that 2021 mark. So when it came back to a regional QS, started to co-sanction between Australia and Asia. Funnily enough, though, the last time that Daiki and Dylan competed here, they drew each other in the same heat on the QS format and lost out to a local wildcard. So they're in this same sort of feeling right now where you've got Eden Hassan, local boy, and a couple of big names here. So they don't want to make that same mistake twice. Daiki, this is his second wave here. 3-3-3 for his first. Little hung up on that last one. Projects nicely out of this second turn here, so connecting a little bit better. Can't help to think he was slightly behind the 8-ball on that wave, though.
Yeah, the timing was slightly off. Didn't quite get those clean hits that he was looking for. That is amazing, a little factoid that you shared with us then. Dylan and Daiki sitting out there looking at each other going, we can't let that happen again, no way. But yeah, Dylan Moffat, you know, for the last couple of years on the Challenger Series has gone so close to qualifying. Real heartbreaking stuff to get to that last event of the season and let it slip through. This year hasn't really been his year. I know he missed a couple of events as well. So he's going to be really looking to make a statement here.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier a lot of new faces, new names in this event. Caleb Tancred being one of those. He's down on the glass there with Kaipo.
Thank you, Jess. Caleb, you made that look good out there. That place is, it's messy out there, but you threw a big old Danish turn, as in Reynolds. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, that's a bit generous, but yeah, I love Newcastle when it's like this. I've done many a contest here growing up, coming from just down the coast an hour away in Avoca Beach. Yeah, done so many junior events here, and yeah, stoked to be back again.
I'm stoked for you, man. I like to see you back in pro surfing. You got some great backing here, local company, Rivia. I'm loving the threads right here. I'm repping the merch, but I think you got some shout outs to the whole squad.
Yeah, no, I've got incredible people behind me, and I have forever, and I'm so grateful for that. I know Micro's tuned in from over at Raglan, and then yeah, Jules and a couple of mates down here in the beach. Yeah, I'm grateful for it all.
One for the home team right there, gang.
Thanks, Kaipo. Thanks, Caleb. Right back into live action here. Rylan with a really nice two-turn combo there, managing his speed, the pace of that wave really nicely. So he's looking comfortable in these bigger, you know, Challenger Series formats here.
Yeah, the only bummer for him is he just hasn't had the wave that's really given him a platform to completely cut loose and get the judges really interested. A 3.85 is his highest so far. But yeah, I do like what I'm seeing here. There's a lot of speed, and he's connecting beautifully when the sections, when they pop up. A Danish turn.
Danish turn, I was like,
I thought, yeah.
what's a Danish? And then I was like, oh, Dane Reynolds. Of
course.
Of course. Why could we think otherwise?
Sounded delicious. I thought he was talking like a little apple Danish or something.
Little sweet treat.
Yeah.
We were speaking about before, obviously Dill, he's got really close to qualifying a couple times in the past, especially back in 2022. He was one spot off that top 10 for the CT. Eden Hassan here would love to get himself on this series full time. Two really nice backhand hooks, so showing us that there's not just these big chunky right-handers on offer. The Newcastle, it's a beachy. Merriweather Beach, there's lefts, there's rights, and that left looking really fun.
Yeah, finds a little left. You can see a lot of lump on the face here, so he does extremely well. Pops it up through the lip, looks for the connection, will release the tail on this one. Just a little bit. It's nice surfing, but again, we're not really seeing that one big section just get completely demoed. But good signs as well, and I think Eden, a good score there, 4.07.
Yes, 16 minutes to go. Dill Moff, the experience of him in the lead. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break and be right back.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And man, it's the locals report right now. I'm with a couple of locals and Bonsoy board caddies. Who do we got here?
Lewis McKenzie.
And who do we got here?
Bon Davis.
And what do we think about the conditions today as a local here at Meriwether?
The banks have been good lately, but it's a bit like bad wind, but there's a little bit of swell getting in, so it's not bad.
You've been getting up amongst it with all the competitors that come to your town?
Yeah, I've been out pretty much every afternoon.
And you're caddying as well.
I haven't got anyone yet, but hopefully I do.
Well, Bon's available for caddying. And conditions today, I think, pretty good. I saw some great surfing. Your favorite moment of the day so far, Bon?
Probably watching the surfers rip out there, and yeah.
Well, thanks. We're going to have the Bonsoy board caddies all week long right down here at SURFEST, you guys. You need a board caddy? We got them available for you.
Thanks, Kaipo. We love the Bonsoy board caddies. They're such a big part of the Australian leg. I feel like you always see those little yellow jerseys running around everywhere. You know what I laugh at though is that us as Australians would totally understand that not bad is good. Like, but
Yeah.
anywhere around the world, not bad is
Yeah, exactly. It's like the ultimate compliment in Newey. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, not bad. While we're in the break though, a couple of replays. Eden Hassan got himself up into second place here, Vorno.
Yeah, let's have a close look at that. Just a couple of nice little wraps out the back. Didn't get a completion. I think that must be on the back of that left that we saw, the 4.13, just before the break. So that last ride not troubling the scores. But on the inside here, Ryland Beavers continues to stay busy. And you can see just how junk it is. It was classic having the Bonsoy board caddies on there because, like, when I was their age, this is what I surfed after school every single day. It wouldn't matter. Onshore, stormy, you were just out there on the inside now, cracking it up and over. And Ryland will get the finish, and that is the wave he's been looking for.
Yeah, finally getting a little bit more of a clean wall there. Those sections that really stay nice and glassy on the top of the lip. Dilmoff now can't quite get that same sort of feeling, finding those really nice clean lines. Gonna take a look at this replay. Like you mentioned, Vorno was out the back, came back through the inside. Look at this perfect bowl crack on that first one. And then again, this second one had a nice amount of grunt and push behind it. So Ryland probably getting the two of the nicest connections we've actually seen this entire heat. He's only chasing a 4 to jump the local boy right now. We spoke about earlier, you know, Dikey and Dylan last time, Dom Thomas getting the jump on both of them in a QS format right here down at Meriwether Beach. Dikey, unfortunately, in a really similar spot right now.
It blows my mind how fearless the Groms are, like, and the Wildcards. Like, they get a shot like this, and whoever the opposition is, it just does not worry them. It's kind of almost like something that's permeating just through culture in general. Kids are so confident. It's madness. I actually think back to that first trip I did up here as a cadet journalist. I get in the lift to go up to my room, and as the door's shutting, this hand stops it, and in walks Kelly Slater, and I turned into a fainting goat, basically.
Dill swoops under the lip for the first one. Better looking connection there for the second. His legs would be super sore. He did about 1 million runs up the Burleigh Hill over the last weekend at the Australian Border Eyes Battle Grand Final. Was the power server, got Northie to a semi-final here, but this is that real nice connection we're looking for Dylan.
Yeah, and there's a touch more power. The timing's really obvious, isn't it? You see the CI, there's a reason why he's in red in this heat. And that was a really nice finish too. Punchy from Dylan Moffat.
Dikey trying to find that feeling himself. Cracks it on that second one. Might get a little connection there in the third. Slightly late, but did well to get his board nice up and over that foam ball there. So Dikey right now with just over 10 minutes on the clock really needs to start to crawl his way back into this heat. Needs a 5.07. But when we look at the scores, we'll know no one at this point, we're waiting for two numbers, getting themselves over a 5-point ride.
Yeah, it's been tricky. And there's been some good surfing. I think the sections that have been sort of popping up just haven't really been that sort of like top to bottom scooped out face. So you're really sort of having to start your turn halfway up and sort of make something out of nothing. You can see there, it's just not really that opportunity to drive hard off the bottom and go through the lip. So there's a lot of sort of high speed, almost placement turns. I think the best we've seen really Dylan Moffat, even on that last one, a 4.6. It's just really tricky for these guys to break into the excellent range at the moment.
Dylan, you know, he's had a lot of experience out here. So is this guy, Alistair Reginato, who's officially just qualified himself back onto the Challenger Series after a big win just last week, actually, down in Phillip Island. So we're going to see him coming up in heat number 4. It's stacked. It's one Frenchman taking on 3 Aussies, Maxime Hussinot, Alistair Reginato, Taj Stokes, and Willem Watson. They'll be out there a little over 8 minutes to go here. Dill getting himself back into the lead on that last one. He had that run where he was 1 spot out of qualifying and then lost early in an event over in Haleiwa and had to watch Emrod, who was miles down the rankings, go on this absolute tear and steal that spot right under Dylan Moffat.
It happens every year. Someone is a crazy bolter, and when you see someone come from so far down the rankings and pull off a miracle, often winning a comp to qualify, you know, our co-commentator Richie Lovett did just that. We've seen Sophie McCulloch do it in the past. Emrod, of course. It's the trail of broken dreams that you leave in your wake as you just keep leapfrogging people on the rankings that doesn't really get talked about.
And you go through moments where you don't believe it's possible, and then all of a sudden you're 1 heat away from getting there. And Sophie McCulloch, I mean, even that event was wild. The fact that she got that done. She's in a pretty similar boat over here at Newcastle. Needs a win here to qualify. Obviously, we're not going to see the women competing out there today, but it's such a big week of surfing. We've got right now Ryland Beavers going vertical on that second section, a little straight-legged, but manages to hold on. It's been a big heat already so far, but no one really still locking in these big scores. This is a replay here, the Bioglan replay of this last one of Ryland Beavers, Warno.
Yeah, he's thrown it up there, pushed it, sort of overcorrected. It lacked a bit of timing again. There's a lot to like about Ryland's approach. You know, there's a lot of attack in it.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the GWM recap. Let's really get the feel of what this heat has given us so far. The local wildcard, Eden Hassan, showing us that there's some nice left rip bowls out there right now. 2 turns, especially love that second one there. A bit of flair. And Dill Moff, though, holding it down right now, Borno.
Yeah, he's a classy performer. And even though he hasn't got huge scores, he knows he's staying in this with surfing like this. You know, he's juicing every last point he can get out of these waves. There was a nice little snap to slide. He doesn't get the completion, but it was a good score for Dill.
Yeah, Ryland, he crawled his way back into this heat, needed these nice clean connections and got exactly that. 2 nice turns here. This is his low score of 4.2. He's got the best wave of the heat so far. And Eden Hassan again on a nice looking left rip bowl.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of variation there. Gets the tail up and over, rides out beautifully. There's a lot of local support cheering him on, and then Dill Moffat found a left as well.
Yeah, of course. Narrabeen can't take the left out of the boy. He comes up again, a nice looking steep section. Such a vertical turn. I love how he drifts as he's dropping as well. So we're getting some flair, a lot of variety, just as we're talking about him. He's up and riding again here. Dill has to wait a little while for this one to stand up. Now he gets some speed, goes to the air for an air reverse. Unfortunately, lands a little bit too far on the nose there, and you're going to cop a set on the head when you land at that part of the wave.
It's so tricky out there at the moment, Jess. Like, it feels like there's a weird tide thing going on where it's not on the bank and it's not off the bank. It's just right in that middle zone, so it's so hard to place these turns. Here we go, Daiki off the top.
Yeah, nice first connection here. A lot of foam to deal with. He's managing it well. Great looking third. It was an absolute roller coaster. So much going on that wave, but had to hold on with all 10 toes there to get himself across the line. Couple of replays here, Borno.
Yeah, it was a 3-turn combo. We'll come back to that in a moment, but this is Dill Moffat. He was searching, hunting. He was riding pretty much the apex of that weird wonk, and there was never any true face for him to get busy on. But Daiki, really for the first time in this heat, we see 3 major moves back to back. So the first one was a little off, but that was a nice turn considering how much soup was on the face. And even the third one had plenty of drama, despite the fact it probably felt a little wobbly.
He did really well to even identify that there was points on that wave, because it looked like an absolute whitewater machine. I mean, anyone else would look at that and be like, oh, might not go this one.
Sudfest.
You're always looking for those nice clean faces, but Daiki is trying to generate something on these ones. that obviously those guys with priority aren't looking for. We look to that priority system right now. Eden holding down with that big P next to his name. 4.87 is what he's chasing. If Dikey doesn't jump up into second, needed a 5.67 on that last one, Vorno. Is it the best way of the heat?
I think it is, yeah. I mean, just thinking about 3 major moves, it's the only thing that might work against him is that none of the moves looked all that convincing. There was just so much bump. He had to sort of deal with the turn as well as try and execute it. You know, like he wasn't really giving it absolutely everything. But 3 major turns, it's pretty undeniable considering, you know, you compare it to everything else we've seen.
Look at the amount of water
that
there was to deal with. There's bump, there's a big backwash rolling through the middle. I specifically love that second turn. Felt like there was the most control through that section. And that is just all white water coming straight back towards him. Gets the nice connection, in and out, holds down for what is an absolute avalanche of foam as well.
Yeah. Well, the Stone and Wood slow-mo, yeah, it did him favours, I think, because in real time it looked a lot more bumpy. You know, the slow-mo kind of smooths it out a little bit.
The judges, they're not loving it as much as us though. 4.63 that last wave for Dikey. He's lowered that requirement. 3 minutes to go. Chasing a 4.38. Eden Hassan looking for a 4.87. So there'll be a lot of Novocastrians right now really wanting to see Eden get another wave.
Yeah.
Feels like he's made a mistake though. He had priority, now he's down to second, so potentially he's paddled for a wave here.
Okay, well, it wasn't the best wave of the heat. Wasn't far off. A 4.8 is the biggest we've seen in Eden. So his priority will slip down to 4th. And that is a big error. A nosedive on a little inside wedge. 2 minutes 20 remaining. That is not what he needed. But I wonder if he'll just go into hunt mode, and he has.
Goes for...
Oh, what was that?
Wait a second. What just happened? What I was thinking was he's going for an error burst, and then I thought he disappears completely. How did he hang on to this, Vorno?
Yeah, this is a radical manoeuvre. He completely hits it so late that he almost doesn't get air, but somehow pulls it around. The Stone and Wood slow-mo showcasing just how tricky that turn was. How many points will be in it, though, is the question, because the whole thing is just a little late to the party. You know, everyone's packed up. He's walked in. There's streamers. There's balloons on the ground. The punch bowl's empty, and he's standing there going, well, I'm here.
I'm here. I'm ready.
But, yeah, no party.
It felt like he didn't get that pop. Obviously, he was chasing, but to manage to still get the rotation as he's coming down, that was a really steep, sucky section as well. So Eden, this is kind of that progressive aerial approach we were talking about earlier when we were trying to introduce him. He's got such a solid air game right now, though. Ryland trying to defend with the slide, but
no.
The fins disengaged. Can't hold on here for Ryland Beavers. So it's all really going to come down to this last wave of Eden. 4.87. How critical are the judges going to take that one?
I have no idea. It's been such a funky heat. No one has been able to really cut loose. And so in the context of that move, as we look here, this was just points gone begging for Ryland Beavers. He's just pushed that turn a little too hard and he's let it go. So door still open here for Eden Hassan. I think what's kind of classic is that air is a reflection of just sort of how weird the heat's been. It's like no one's really been able to connect perfectly. And so where will it sit in comparison to sort of the best waves we've seen? It was a high-risk move and it was executed. He's got that going for him.
Dylan connects with that first. Nice lip line. He's staying high, he's speeding up. Here's the air. Goes for the full rotation. Unfortunately, can't quite get it. Eden, one nice roll of the dice here. Connects on this first one. Beautiful snap into a third finishing turn there. So Eden showing control, showing tempo, and showing that he knows this wave. If that last score doesn't quite edge him across the line, feels like that one might be able to do it.
I think so. I think he's got the job done here. That last turn was the best turn in my mind of the heat. It was just so beautifully executed. Timing perfect. Cracked it off the lip. I think that last score has dropped for the air, 4.67. So that wasn't enough to put him into second. But look at that. That is a classy maneuver in this junky surf. And not just that, backs it up with two really good tags on the inside. I think we're going to see a swap a switcheroo on these standings.
I agree. I think that's easily a 4-3-4. I mean, Eden, I feel like this is a bit of a taste of what we're going to see over the next week. These wild cards, whether they're local wild cards or guys from around the country, I feel like they're really going to shake up some feathers. Scores drop, it's in. It's a 4.7. Eden Hassan doesn't just make the heat, he takes the lead.
Wow, that is great surfing there from the youngster. He's taken full advantage of this opportunity. A tricky heat, a couple of little errors. He'll clean those up, but what a great result to come away with the win.
Yeah, big win for the Novocastrians here. All smiles right now on Eden's face. His first ever Challenger Series event. He takes the win. Yeah, the results are in. Eden and Dylan Moffat moving on through. A couple of Aussies. Unfortunately, we're losing Rylan Beavers and Daiki Tanaka out of the draw. But we've got plenty more action coming up. We're going to go to a quick ad break and come back with what is a solid looking heat number 4.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
We're rolling straight back into action here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Dilmoff, Morgan Siblick breaking down that last heat. We saw Dylan Moffat come second to the local wildcard, the young gun, Eden Hassan. And I believe that is Dylan's dog and Morg's dog hanging out down here.
Really?
Yeah, and I believe this time last year, Stace called that promenade Good Boy Promenade with all the dogs that walk up and down it. But a big week of surfing that we have here at Newcastle. Round of 80, heat number 4, Maxine Hussenot in the red, Alistair Reginato in the blue, Taj Stokes in the white, and Willem Watson in the green. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey. Vaughno, couple of tired Aussies in this one. They've had a big weekend over at Burleigh Heads for the ABB. This guy, a real standout performer.
Wow. Yeah. Alistair Reginato has caught fire in the beginning of this year. Just took out a QS, the Phillip Island Pro, only, a week ago?
Yeah.
Came straight up the coast, helped his club finish third in their, defence of the ABB final. They were the champions last year on the back of Reginato. He's always kind of the anchor of the club. And now here he is opening with an incredible ride, and right behind him Taji Stokes, who was also up the ABB, representing his club, Kawana, another Sunny Coast powerhouse that is on the come up. So these two guys have done a lot of surfing, a lot of running. There's a lot of running. There's a kind of a hill element in that event. And this guy, former World Junior champ, Maxime Hussenot from France. He's a veteran competitor and such a deadly opponent. So this is going to be a great heat here. Taj gets that first click, beautifully done. He draws off the bottom and did extremely well. Again, you can see there as he was leaning into that bottom turn, just a couple of little catches, but he manages to push through, drive into the lip, get a couple of nice turns off.
Yeah, Taj Stokes looking really fired up. I feel like he's got a bit of a point to prove, Taj. The last 3 years, he's just been on the cusp of qualifying for the Challenger Series. 1 spot off the last couple and 3 off this year. Unfortunately, not making it again, but has a real chance here to show that to everyone watching in that he belongs here. He belongs on this tour. He's super reliable under pressure. Locks in a 4.33 for that first wave, but a lot of these guys, whether it's Taj, Willem or Alistair, they were all the power surfers for their team, so they actually had to do double the amount of surfing, double the amount of running that any of the other competitors had to do. But such a great weekend. These guys want to be there for their club, and yeah, board riders, it's such a grassroots thing that we have down here in Australia. Maxime Husinot, he's going to be the most prepared here. He's been here for a while and he's looking sharp and comfortable at Merriweather Beach today.
Yeah, he's been here plenty of times before. And you can see he's looking pretty relaxed. Wave selection looks good here. Bioglan replay will take us through this one. Nice backside snap to get things going. He'll link that up with the combo, puts a little more sting on that one. So a nice reply here from Maxime. Yeah, I'm thinking back, you know, Alistair and Taj, they were at Burleigh Heads yesterday afternoon. They both made the final. So it was a sprint down the East Coast. It's not that close, believe it or not. I know Reggie did the drive.
Yeah, Reggie did the drive through the night. I did that a couple years ago. It's a big drive, especially when you've just worked, you know, or surfed the ABB all day. But these guys are athletes. They've got this on lock. Willem Watson, another new name we're seeing on the Challenger Series. The first look we're getting at him here. Beautiful swooping carve. He's going to come round again, hoping this one's going to bowl up. He's got such a great finner in his repertoire of turns here. That one not really having that big exclamation mark, but incredible surfer from the Mornington Peninsula. Alfie, Alistair Reginato looking left here. Vertical, but there's a bit of bump to deal with here. Comes up again. There's the second. With a third. How is the regain on that
exactly.
wave?
He did so well there. All right, Willem, well, this guy's from the Mornington Peninsula down in Victoria, and guaranteed he surfs a lot of waves just like this. Every time I'm down in that region, it's big, it's stormy, and there's a lot of these sorts of conditions that you're dealing with. And then we go to Reginato, a guy famous for not falling off. He hates it. It's like his feet are just super glued to that board, and there's a perfect example. Most people probably would have just gone over the handlebars, but he somehow manages to get another 2 turns in. You can see that he's just feeling so confident, and I would not be surprised, you know, if he can find a little bit of momentum out of this heat, he could go so deep into this draw.
Yeah, Alfie pulling the local card on the run around here. One of our local boys though, Eden Hassan, taking out that last heat. He's down on the glass.
Thanks, Jess. Eden, I mean, this is your first Challenger. That's how you want to start it, with a heat win.
Yes, that was my goal, to win my first heat, so yeah, I'm stoked.
You know, coming up against this next level of competition from the QS, how do you set yourself up for success? Because it's a very, very competitive field.
Yeah, it's a lot different to the QS's back, like what I'm used to, and you know, every heat's pretty much a final in the QS like comparison. So you got to treat it like a final and just go all out, and you know, hope you can beat the best.
Any goals for this event? Personal goals?
I mean, first one was just to make the first heat, but now, honestly, I got nothing to lose, so I was just like, keep making heats and trying to show my best surfing.
Look out for a motivated Eden. I'm seeing in the future right now, Jess.
Yeah, Kaipo, he's also one of the loveliest young men you'll come across. He's so polite, so well-spoken, and I'd love for the rest of the community to get to know him a little bit more.
Are you a goal setter? Do you set goals? Are you one of those people who gets up in the morning and writes them down, or do you have them at the start of the year? How does your goal setting work?
Well, I set some at the start of the year. I'm a very goal-orientated person, and then I'll have like my week's to-do list or goal list that I need to accomplish that week. And it might be as simple as like clean my room, you know?
Yeah.
Just to kind of get the motivation going. Maxime Husinot, a little bit stuck on that first section here. Doesn't like the look of it. Interesting kind of storyline on Maxime and Newcastle. He's been competing here since back in 2015. So he's had almost, over 10 years of experience here coming back. And every single time he's competed here, he's lost to an Australian. And in his very first round, he's just drawn 3 Aussies. So that last time he competed here, George Pitter got the jump on him. So I'd be looking to really, hopefully, take out this heat and get one back for the Frenchies.
Yeah, I wonder if he knows that stat. He probably doesn't.
Probably not.
But, you know, when you've competed as many years and even as many heats as Maxime, you probably don't know stats like that. But some of these crew are right on top of the numbers. We were having a chat about it this morning, actually, with Jolie Vaughan, and he was saying, you know, there's crew out there, Jacko Baker being one of them, who just loves to dive into those details and figure out who's won what, by how much, what's their averages of, you know, how are we going to go here, what do you need on the rankings. And then there's other crew who just go, do not come near me with that. Don't talk to me about numbers. I just want to paddle out, get the feels, and just get on a roll and worry about the numbers later.
Joel was being humble on that too. He's such a numbers person himself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he needs to know. He's already figured out who he thinks he's going to have in the first heat down at Bells. Some people love it. If it was you, would you want to know?
No, I'm definitely not a numbers person.
Yeah,
I hate numbers.
I don't know if I'd want to know.
No,
but then maybe I would. I don't know.
Yeah. I remember in year 12, my first subject when I got my timetable was double maths, and I just went, no thanks, and just went straight home and went surfing. Don't do it, kids.
Don't do it.
Maths is good. I really regret not being good at maths.
That's all right, Morno.
But you know what? Another interesting point that I thought was worth sort of like looking into is that for Reginato and Taji Stokes, who haven't had the best year on the Challenger Series, going up there and competing in the ABB might have been just a perfect distraction to get their heads out of this whole event as we stick with Maxime now.
Yeah, a little bit stuck behind on that one there for Husino. So he's got a 4.07 and a 3.5 to his name right now. Alistair in the lead with that big 5.5 that we saw earlier. So we're starting to get up into that 5 range. We struggled to see that in that last heat.
That's right, and off the top.
Oh my, Willem Watson gets a great looking wave here. Just where he placed the board on that second turn, the projection out and over. Willem Watson is so clutch when it comes to surfing these big, sucky waves. Stonerwood slow-mo here.
Oh, welcome to the Changalang, brother. That was a beautiful snap to slide. A big drift, board slide, and cracks the combo. That's what you want to do in your first showing out here at the Challenger Series. He's going to feel so good after that.
Yeah, Willem's still super young as well, 19 years old, and he's just such a standout guy. You know, I feel like he, in the last 12 months, has rapidly grown. He's gone from being, you know, a little boy to a man, and he's just filled out. He's really figured out, you know, this new kind of frame that he has. He's a really tall guy, and using that extra bit of length to his advantage there, he looked really sharp on that last wave.
He did, and you know, there's been talk for a long time about when are we going to see our next Victorian on tour in Australia. You know, it's a big continent. There's a lot of different states represented, but Victoria's got a simmering energy at the moment. Xavier Huxtable, Tully Wiley, Ellie Harrison, you know, these are names that we see in Challenger Series events quite often. But, you know, Willem Watson from the other side of Port Phillip Bay, and we'd love to see some action and representation on the big stage from that side of Victoria as well.
Yeah, Willem looking ready as well. We're going to wait for that score to lock in, and in the meantime, we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be right back to see who is going to make this heat.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Day number 1, and I got a hot tip for you. You make it on down here to Meriwether, scan that QR code right there, and my good friends over at Fat Boy are going to give you an opportunity to win one of these beautiful Fat Boy bikes. We're going to have that drawing last day of competition here. These things, plenty of power behind them, the big knobby tires. They can eat up anything. And you already know the rules. Whether it's the gravel, whether it's the grass, whether it's the sand, or whether it's the street, Fat Boy eats it up. Yum, yum.
You know the rules, Kaipo. We love it. Thanks, Kaipo. Fat Boy Bikes are the best e-bike going around.
No, the best. And yeah, we know the rules. So good to have Kites back on the Fat Boy as we see Reginardo go to town. Huge sections, big combos. And he's starting to feel it here at Meriwether.
The free fall on that second turn was ridiculous. Maxime Husseneau again getting his chance at it, but just clipping that outside edge of the rail there. So you know what? Newcastle's got some power. He would have felt that fall there. It can really hold you down. But that 2-turn combo there from Alistair Reginardo, so quick. Just cat-like reflexes to get the board back under him in a section like that. Alistair's looking so ready to be back on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, he's in sync. A 6.17 for that last wave of Reginardo. And Willem Watson a 5.23 for his 2-turn combo as well. So the judges are appreciating linking together of major manoeuvres.
Yeah, Alistair actually changing the board. It looks like Maxine, unfortunately, he's lost his leggy, so he's actually had to come in and change his board over. Got the swallowtail now, sending it back out there. And there's this beautiful little part of Meriwether where you can run up right next to those rocks there, and you can actually get out pretty easily, especially when we see a little bit of an increase in swell, which is what we have today. And it feels like we're getting real shades of 2025 SURFEST. You know, it was big and stormy on that first day. It was really hard to navigate these waters here at Meriwether, and that's exactly what we're playing with today.
Yeah, we've seen it all. In 40 years, Meriwether has dished up so many different classic conditions. It's big and stormy sometimes, it's 10 foot, it's 12 foot, sometimes it's 1 foot. But there's always something here. That's the great thing about this beach. And, you know, you look at the previous winners, and every one of them has done it in their own way, in conditions that are unlike anything in the past. So it's been really cool. I think the year that Jacko Baker beat Ryan Callanan maybe in the final, I think that was the one. Oh no, Julian Wilson beat RCal in the final here once. So, but yeah, that was well, there he is.
Jules.
Former champ.
Yeah, it's one thing, you know, to take home a SURFEST title. It's another thing to be a Novocastrian to take home the SURFEST title. Yeah, that was an incredible year that we saw Jacko Baker take the win here. I believe he got the jump over Hoggy.
That's right.
And that was a crazy year actually here at SURFEST. We had 4 lay days and it was this massive swell. It was easy 15 foot plus here at Meriwether, and we had to go on hold for 4 days because we'd only run 1 day of competition, and we were sitting around waiting to compete again for 4 days, and we basically did the entire event in 1 day, 4-man, 20-minute heats, go, 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 no restarts. And it was cooking, like it was absolutely pumping. And I remember being like, I love Newcastle.
Well, you know what's classic about that is Julian Wilson is a transplant, so he's moved here from the sunny coast. Oh backside attack side.
Gosh. Oh, maybe not the completion here for Alistair, but he just is looking a gear above. This connection right here. I love the fact that he's found himself a left rip bowl. You can see, watch him stay high, generate speed right at the start there, drops that knee, bottom turn into a big, serious Rio. A lot of oncoming water there. You can see a little bit too much on that hillside rail, and it's going to knock him off there. But oh my gosh, Alistair Reginardo, he's just having one of those heats where everything seems to be going well. Yeah,
well, I love this little bit of a dip in the wind. Some nice glassy faces, even though the wonk is still there. Now, I don't think the judges are going to pay that. Clout. Super speedy through the lip. Clout there from Alistair Reginardo. But I think, you know, you can never ever leave a question mark hanging over a make. Like,
Absolutely.
If you do that, you're gone. And there was a classic moment even yesterday watching Huey Vaughan sort of like get stuck in the whitewash a bit, and he just didn't even bother. He didn't even try and sell it. He just went, nah, that's not a make. And so
these guys know as well. I mean, it's the Challenger Series. These guys, they know what a make feels like and what a nearly make feels like, and you've got to be out in front, plain and simple.
You've got to be winning Oscars if you're going to sell the judges on something that isn't all the way there.
Yeah, you're in the wrong career if you are selling the judges. It's time to hang up the boots and go to an acting career, if that's all you can do. But these guys, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of them who felt like maybe they've had the ride out before, but the judges are staunch on it. They really are. Right now, though, 9 minutes in this one. Taj Stokes sitting out there with priority. He's got a 4.33 to his name, but he's been sitting a while. Only 2 waves, a 0.5 as the backup. Maybe the sit and wait strategy, it feels like, you know, when it's big and stormy Newcastle, you got to do what Alice is doing and just keep rolling the dice here.
Yeah, it's a really tricky one, isn't it? Like, your strategy, are you sitting around out there waiting for something that might not come, or are you just staying busy if there's a lump who's going to double up on the inside? Like, these are really tricky conditions to manage. Like, you can be watching it the whole heat before yours, and it can be a completely different lineup by the time you paddle out.
So, Borno, tell me about this first time that you came to Nui. Super Grom, you're here, Surfest is on.
Absolutely starstruck every single time I walked into a restaurant or, you know, like down the beach or paddled out. It was just every single one of my heroes, and I was just so blown away. I spent the whole time with just eyeballs, you know, peeled open and so stoked. And it was a really cool year. What year was that? Around 1994 or something like that?
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, but, you know, it is one of those cities that you're just bumping into all these superstars everywhere you went. And it was like that era, the Momentum era was on the come up. All the big dogs from the era before it were all still frothing around.
Oh, how cool's that?
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah, these guys, they want to get a piece of the action themselves. Right now, though, we're going to have a look at the GWM recap here. Alistair Reginato has just been on an absolute tear. 6.17 and a 5.5 for what was an exceptional two-turn combination. Taj Stokes had a nice start here as well, Forno.
Yeah, it was a nice start. A little bit of a wobble off the bottom, but he still managed to jam a couple of really nice, speedy snaps. And then Maxine started to get busy out the back.
Yeah, loved that first hook. It came into that second one with a lot more speed, though. Maxine, that's his best wave so far. And then we also saw Willem Watson get this crazy two-turn combo.
Yeah, we love this. A big combo from the Mornington Peninsula surfer in his first Challenger Series. Thanks for coming, brother.
And then Alfie gave us his best version of it. Got to that one, projected out of it. Free fell under the lip of that section there. So Alistair, 6.17, best wave of the heat so far. Has him out in a pretty convincing lead at this point. Maxime Hucheneau, looks like he's having a paddle here. Looking left, grabs the rail. Love the fact he's trying to add a bit of technique, but look at what's coming behind him, Borno. Sometimes these cleanup sets can be relentless here at Merriweather.
They can. We've already seen one of his boards sort of float up on the beach. We don't know whether that was an intentional change or a leggy issue, but here goes Willem now.
Willem, 2 turns, holds on for a solid finish there. Only was chasing a 2.34. I was super nervous watching him go into this second section, but he is showing that he is clutch under pressure.
Well, we saw Eden before, you know, nothing to lose, and this is the attitude that Willems bring to this heat. He hammers that closeout, and that is a really good make for a kid who is, as we said, surfing his first event, but making a few statements here. There's no nerves here. He's had a couple of opportunities, and when they've shown up, he's been able to add not just, the big hit, but a little bit of variety in there as well. So a big tail drift earlier and just a classic lip smack.
Yeah, I'm feeling really impressed, by Willem Watson so far. It's so easy to come to one of these events, get caught up in the moment of all of these really big names.
Be a young Forno in 1994, starstruck.
Guess what? Julian Wilson is paddling out, but he is staying so calm under pressure. And with those big oncoming sections, he's not looking phased at all. Obviously, really keen to have a dig in some of these bigger surf. And he's going to get the score that is going to put him up into second place. Right now, Taj, we've waited a long time for this. First connection, free falls out of it. Wow, draws into a fast, whippy carve there. Almost waited potentially close to 20 minutes for this one though, Borno.
Well, he's chasing a 3.24. Hard to see him not getting it here. First turn, a little hung up on the lip. Let's rip into the second. It's not the most convincing wave, really. The second turn, as much spray as he did throw into the air, it was a little bit cut short. So here's Willem Watson.
Yeah, this score, it just dropped 4.67 for this really solid second turn here. Love the fact that he got to that almost a half beat early, so that oncoming power and water could push him back down in front of it. So technique, timing, looking really good right now for the 19-year-old out of Victoria. 4.67's put him up into that second place. Taj Stokes needed a 5.57 on that last one. Scores are in. It's close to being his best, but it's just shy. It's a 4.23. Waited a really long time for that one, Borno.
He did. And, you know, it was actually the last wave of Willem that created a bigger gap. So, you know, Taj, before that, would have got the score he needed. But with that increased scoreline now on the back of the young Victorian, Taj has to find another wave. And, yeah, I think 20 minutes for that one. I think he'll be disappointed.
We've seen a couple of old ghosts really start to rear their head in the last hour of surfing. In that last heat, we spoke about Dylan and Dikey losing to a local wildcard. It happened again. Maxime never has beaten an Aussie here, and he's in that same position. He's currently in fourth. Willem looking to get up into that first place. Huge second turn with a completion. So chasing a 6.44 for the lead. We'll take a look at that wave from the front on here, but it felt like something pretty special.
It did. There was a great shot of it down the beach. He'll just jam that first. Snap to slide. Loads up on the inside.
Wow.
High-speed jam. And that is a really lovely statement from Willem Watson, who continues to grow in confidence.
That was really solid surfing here. Alistair looking a better 5.5. Great looking first turn. So much power on that second one there. Every time Willem answers back, every time Willem asks the question, Alistair answers back.
Yeah.
He's like, no, sorry.
Back in your
I'm not
box,
going
Gromit.
anywhere.
Yeah, the big fella, he's not having some grommet come at him in this one. Look at the timing, this first hook under the lip. I mean, there was one tiny bit of steep coping there, and he just bashes that last section to smithereens. Complete demo job as that helpless little lift just goes sailing towards the heavens. And look at his face. Reginaldo, job done.
Job done. 2 minutes to go. I feel like he's wrapping it. He's coming in. He doesn't want to head back out at this point. He's going to lock in what we think to be is going to be another good-looking number. If we take a look at the scoreline of Willem Watson, he improves again. 5.17 on that last wave. So the last three waves, he's got better and better. He's got a minute 40 to try and answer back to Alistair on this one, but just the venom on that second turn, it's the best wave of the heat so far. 7.67 on that last one for Alfie. Job well done.
Yeah, and he's, I think he must have just heard the score. He's finally...
I'm that sore. Sat in the car for 7 hours yesterday, Alvo. Back season up. Old boy back.
The old boy.
Oh boy,
He's not that
what are you
old.
talking about, mate? 25. Spring chook.
He dead set ran 10 Ks on the weekend.
Easy, and then he just drove 7 hours all through the night last night, and did all that, and he's come out and absolutely obliterated this heat. So Alistair, maybe a 7-hour drive is exactly what you need before each one of your heats. Maxime needs a big score, a 6.33 at this point in time. Grabs the rail on the bottom turn, late to that section. He's not super convinced by that one there. Taj Stokes has the priority next to his name. 6.07 is what he's chasing here, but with 35 seconds to go, we've seen that the judges, they're not giving out 6 or even 5s very easily.
No, it's been really tricky to get him interested in big scores. And the surfers are doing everything they can in these challenging conditions.
Just fucking put it all together, mate. Hey, run and kneel.
There he is.
It's all that overly work we've been putting in, mate. How are you on today?
Nah, I think 16.
Jacko Baker, the former champ, chatting with Alistair Reginato, and this is a last-ditch effort here from Taj Stokes. He gets a huge rip off the top.
Yeah, comes in. There's the second.
Oh.
Felt like he was going to lose it for a moment there, but dropped that knee, pulled the board back underneath him there. I'm not, as brilliant as that wave was, I'm not overly convinced it's going to get him up into that 6-point range. Scores it in. Unfortunately for Taj Stokes, it's not going to happen today.
Yeah, there was a lot of energy in that last wave. It felt, you know, full of drama. But as you said, you know, the judges are just not handing over sixes willy-nilly at the moment.
Yeah, Alistair did well to get himself up into that 7-point range for that 7-6-7. He's backed it up with a 6-1-7 with the lead. The Grom, first-time Challenger Series, Willem Watson. He's going to be moving on through into the big seeded round of 64. Unfortunately, losing Taj Stokes and Maxime Husinot. So the curse continues at Newcastle, unfortunately, for our Frenchman. We're going to take a look here at the fat boy ride of the heat. 7-6-7 here for Alistair Reginato.
Oh, hook it under and then just bash the living daylights out of it. Alistair Reginato goes turbo mode. He's angry. He must be grumpy after that long drive.
Let's see it again. Let's see it again in that next heat. All right, we got a big look in heat number 5 and a big look in commentary booth coming in. Ronnie Blakey and Rich Lovett for the call. We'll be right back after a short ad break.
Welcome back to the show. Newcastle's outdoor lifestyle revolves around the water, and here in Newey, amazing beaches, beautiful ocean pools, a stunning harbour. Rich, we're actually staying over on the harbour side at the moment. Beautiful views of the bay. Absolutely awesome, and we're loving our time down here at Merriweather. Of course, there is some weather, but with it, we've got some swell as well. We're getting through the opening round, and we've seen some great surfing already laid down. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett. Loving what you're seeing, Rick?
I sure am. We've sort of picked up where we left off when we were in Newcastle, 10 months ago, whenever we were here, but that was the last time we sat in the booth together.
Mate,
so
good
great to be calling heats again,
Rich.
and great to see the sky start to appear its head here, the blue sky, and we've got fun waves. No, the level of surfing so far in the opening round, considering it is just the opening round, has been pretty exciting.
It has been, and it's great to see Jarvis Earl back in the jersey. Heavy injury for him last July, starting to get back to his best after blowing his knee out. Julian Wilson also in the lineup, along with this exciting young Hawaiian, McCunna Fransman, who, you know, his contest results don't really speak to the level of surfing that he can bring.
Oh my goodness.
And he is showing us that he can get it done with the jersey on too, on the Bioglan replay. Fransman drops a huge air to kick this heat off. Now Jarvis Earl on the replay getting in on the mix.
Wow, Jarv just unfortunately coming unstuck on the second manoeuvre. Makana, jeez, man. Let's have a look at this replay first. This is Ocean Lancaster. This is the young Aussie. Just working his way through to the inside. The Bioglan replay comes up to this junction. Almost gets swallowed by the whitewash, but navigates through it. Wow.
Unbelievable. We were just doing our homework, Rich, on the break, and I was showing you a couple of clips of this guy, and we haven't seen a lot of those big moments for him in competition. You know, he's kind of been slogging away to get his opportunities, but he has just dropped a stunning air, and we're going to have a look at it now on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. 7.33 is the score.
Oh, gosh, he sets this up so well. This section comes at him. Big hooking turn here. And here it is. Look at this launching pad. Takes to the air, gets the grab. Full rotation in the air before he lands. And just absolute buttermilk landing. Just technique was perfect. Got the right amount of projection. And watch where he lands here. Right in that soft little buttery zone. Right at the edge of the whitewash. And a little flex, little stand tall flex there. Welcome, Makana Fransman, to Australia and to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, that was super impressive stuff. 7.33, and he has just really raised the bar, and you know, that's exciting because we've got Julian Wilson out there. He'll be inspired by what he's seen, and Makana trying to back that up quickly. 23.5 minutes to go. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat, Alistair Reginato, Flick, coming to life.
Thanks, Ronnie. Alistair, you have been on an absolute marathon the last week. The win in Phillip Island, the ABB yesterday, and you just told me you only slept 2 hours last night, and then you've just taken out, you know, the opening win here this morning. Can you talk me through the last week?
Yeah, it's been pretty tiring now, but it's been sick fun. I've been on a pretty good little momentum run, so yeah, I'm stoked, and I'm pretty tired right now. Last night was pretty sketch. Drove straight from the ABB, straight to one of Morgs' places, mates, and we like pulled up, and I went to sleep in the back of the van, and then they stole all my clothes out the front while I was sleeping, so I only slept for like 2 or 3 hours, and then we was like trying to figure out where all our bags went, but yeah, we kind of made it work and got through the heat, so pretty keen to get some sleep tonight.
Yeah, well, you did turn it around. Talk to me about the 767, that last wave. The board is looking really good under your feet. What are you riding?
Yeah, that's my board from Phillip Island. I haven't ridden it since then. I didn't ride it at the ABB. It felt too good. So I'm riding an F1 Roundtail. I think it's what a lot of the C2 crew have been riding, and yeah, they're feeling unbelievable, especially in these punchy waves. This is actually super similar to what it looked like down at Phillip Island, so I felt pretty comfortable out there on it, and yeah, I can push really hard, and yeah, I felt like if I get a big section, I can nail it on that thing.
Well, you definitely nailed a couple of big sections out there. Go and get some sleep, and yeah, we'll see what the week holds. Thanks. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Flick. Poor old Reggie. I mean, he is a good bloke. He's the kind of bloke that take the shirt off his back and give it to you, but it sounds like he'll be making a stop to get some new clobber after losing his kit last night while he was sleeping. But Reggie on a heater for sure. Solid heat score total in that last exchange. And even though he hasn't had a whole lot of success on the Challenger Series this year, maybe this is the event that sees him flying up the CS ranks. Of course, most of the competitors in this opening round don't even have a mathematical shot of qualification, but they can certainly get themselves into that top 20. And if you're in the back half of the top 20 and you don't make the CT ranks, you'll automatically qualify for next year's Challenger Series. So it's a big goal still for all of the competitors here on the opening day of competition. 21 minutes remaining here. Makana Fransman has the lead. Julian Wilson out there in the lineup. Julian had that amazing performance in the CT event after surfing his way through the trials last year at Burleigh Heads. Took on Felipe Toledo, gave us one of the great CT final performances. Fell a little short of the victory, but kind of started talking about making a CT return, and got himself a Challenger Series wildcard, but after a couple of events, he just sort of started reassessing what he was really looking to do, and you know, wants to be near his family. Also, his company, Revere Projects, they're absolutely flying at the moment, and Julian is really focusing his attention on that. But he will give this lineup an incredibly good nudge in this final Challenger event of the year. But if you are in the area, come on down, check out the Revere Projects store on site. And they've also got a pop-up at the moment with Crumb Cafe that's worth a look as well, just down at Bondi Junction, Newcastle Junction, excuse me. There's Julian, you see on the replay there, nothing really coming together for him on that one, Rich.
No, that was just a quick in and out from Jules. A couple of signs of what is possible, but that comeback last year was real easy to get behind. Geez, he's surfing at Burleigh in that CT event was unbelievable. Just vintage Jules in action. And well, you'd think that he's sort of ended this event maybe as a bit of a spoiler, just to rock some cages and kind of stay in touch with what's happening out there.
Well, he's relocated down here to Newcastle and been here for a number of years now. His partner, his wife Ash, is from Newcastle, and he just loves it here. So I think this is his way of kind of giving back to the community. And you know, he's won Surfest before. He'd love to get another title.
Yeah, well, a big shout out to Jules, Reese, and all the crew at Revere Projects, kitting us out with some really, really nice clothes. Last night we had the opportunity to go down and see the store, well fitted out.
Yeah,
go and check it out, man. There's some really good clobber in there. See Reese there, just watching on. It's definitely an energy behind the brand at the moment. They're doing well.
3.67 for Julian, just holding on second spot, but really only one significant score on the board, and it belongs to the Hawaiian. Ocean Lancaster, he's another local who's gotten the call up for this event. And he's been on a bit of a heater as well. Just last week, a little over a week ago, down at Phillip Island, he won the Pro Junior event down there, beat Dane Henry in the final. He's a former ISA World Junior Champion. Shares that honour with another old local, Chad Edser, who won a World Junior title at the ISAs way back in '92. But yeah, Ocean Lancaster have plenty of support down there today. 17.5 minutes to go here. It is Heat 5, the round of 80 at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia. By City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST. By Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the show. P5 continues here. We've got a former world title runner-up out there in the lineup, Julian Wilson. And he's got his work cut out at the moment. It's been a tough one for solid sections. And really setting the pace out here at the moment is the young Hawaiian, Makana Fransman. But Julian up at the moment. He's going to kick out of this one, though.
Another quick in and out there for Jules. That'll be a minor score. He'll be looking for something a bit better than that. But it's definitely cleaning up, Ron. Sun's back out. Total contrast to the wild weather that we had here this morning.
We talk about Julian's amazing comeback last year, Rich, but 5 CT wins, and he got the big ones, didn't he? I mean, a runner-up at the Pipe Masters, a victory at the Pipe Masters, one in Tahiti, one in his beloved Queensland there on the Gold Coast. Just an amazing career.
Yeah, it was an extraordinary career and just not quite getting the world title, but geez, he came close. But from a young age, man, he was just heralded as, you know, Australia's next big hope, I guess, behind the Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson force that came out of the Gold Coast. But Jules, one of the most innovative in the air.
Definitely. Yeah, that magic run, 2017, 2018, and even prior to that, 2015, he had a good run at the title as well. But, you know, for me, Julian sort of gave us a reminder of the kind of grit and determination you need to really push that strong cast of Brazilian surfers at the top end of the tour ranks at the moment, who've dominated for the last decade, really, on the Gold Coast. He was unapologetic in his approach. He brought fire. He brought his best surfing to that final on the Gold Coast last year. And, yeah, I think a lot of competitors, individuals, even some of the Brazilians under the more dominant forces would have been thinking, you know what, that's what I need to do. I need to find that fire. And looking to find some spark here at the moment. Ocean Lancaster, the local Grom, rolls through to the inside. Nice swoop off the top here. He's got a good little rhythm as he swings the tail. Good variation on show.
Great little wave there for Ocean. Really light-footed, fast, frisk approach. A couple of beautiful whipping turns there, but just with the right amount of carve. Let's check this wave. On the Stone and Wood slow-mo, gets up, bang, straight into the lip. Keeps the nose projecting down the line. Love how he got straight back on that inside rail into that bottom turn. Quick wrap there, and then another one. Watch how the redirects back down the line again to set up that final turn. Little drift. Keeps that control. Good signs from this kid.
Yeah, I think it'll be the second best wave of the heat so far. Waiting on that number to drop now. And it's going to be a mid-ranger. And it dropped in at a 5. So Ocean makes the jump up in the second place.
That feels good. As coming in as I guess, an underdog in this heat. You've jumped up into that progressing situation. You've got a semi-decent score in your scoreline, and you'd just be starting to think, okay, maybe I can do this, you know. And this would be a big progression for him in the scheme of things.
Oh, yeah, huge.
With the names in this heat, mate, this is a huge confidence booster if he can somehow find a way to muscle a first or second place.
Well, you've got Ocean Lancaster, Makana Fransman out there at the moment. This is their first Challenger Series event. Makana dropped a 7.33 on his first ever wave in a Challenger event. Huge air. So, you know, they know they're up against it. Jarvis Earls had plenty of reps. He's a former World Junior champ. He's gotten himself right to the final stages of Challenger Series events in the past, but he is on the way back from injury. And then obviously Julian Wilson, so accomplished. So, you know, it's probably not playing out the way I would have thought going into this heat, but that's the beautiful thing about, you know, the Challenger Series is it's where old heads and seasoned campaigners come up against young guns, and at the moment, the newcomers have kind of got a bit of an edge here, but it's certainly not out of reach for Julian and Jarvis just yet.
Not by any means, and you know that Julian Wilson wouldn't have donned the jersey if he wasn't serious about this event. You know, he would have been coming in here in full preparation mode, in full force, wanting to shake some cages for sure.
Rich, Jarvis, we were kind of just getting a look again at the air last year when he was campaigning on the regional qualifying series. The air that busted his knee. Oh, it was
horrific. So
awkward to watch.
It actually is one of those clips where you get a visceral reaction when you watch it, and it's a cringe. And you know, credit to Jarv, he's put in a lot of hard work to get back to where he is now.
Here's McCarter trying to back up that 7.33 opener. Just working this one over, smart move. Once he was committed, he was always going to try and juice it for points. Smaller wave.
Yeah, sort of a little inside runner here, but took a nice line. Nice shrouping carve off the top there. Swooping cut back, and that was about it. So it's not going to be a big score. Might not even get to the fives, but it will extend his lead. And you know, we've got 9 minutes to go. And it's McCarter and Ocean. They're the only ones with any sort of decent number on the board at the moment.
Next heat starting to make their way out. Joe Azuchi, young Japanese competitor. As we see Julian up, good looking wall standing up in front here, rips into that first turn, wanted to give it everything. Just got stuck on his toes there. And now it is going to be Ocean. He tries to lean in harder and he goes down too. So maybe an opportunity for Jarvis on the outside with priority now to get himself up into the top two. What goes wrong here, Rich?
Oh, this was just setting up as a classic Jules carve. The wave just bottomed out under him and he just cut that turn a little short. And as he was trying to go back onto his toe side rail, the wave just cupped out underneath him and he lost the connection.
Still got time. Those little errors, they can get in your head a little bit sometimes.
Will be, if Jules doesn't progress, he'll be replaying that one in his mind a bit tonight, I reckon.
Just a reminder again, if you're in the Newcastle area, come down, check out the Revere Projects merch store. Also over at the Junction, they've got a pop-up store with the full range on show. Also, unbelievable cafe there, Crumb. So, yeah, worth stopping in and having a look. Jarvis Earl out there at the moment. His third run at the Challenger Series. This year, though, that campaign, you know, really got snuffed out by that nasty knee injury. Tore his MCL, his ACL as well, required surgery. And even in January, he was still wearing a knee brace when he was surfing. So it's been a long road back. He's working with Mitchell Ross, who obviously coached Carissa Moore to a number of world titles, coached Molly Picklum last year in the WSL finals in Fiji. So, you know, one of the great surfers from this Merewether region. So a good person to lean into for Jarvis.
Yeah, absolutely. I did bump into Jarv, ironically, back out of the wave pool when he was just making his way back into surfing again. He was on a mid-length at the time, just all braced up, all bandaged up. But, you know, that actually wasn't too long ago when I think about it. It was sort of, you know, 4 or 5 months ago. And to be back in this position now where he's competing again, credit to the work he's put in to get back.
Definitely. Well, he's, you know, coming back from injury. He's also trying to recover from getting a really bad blue bottle sting on his right hand.
When? This morning?
Over a week ago, and the swelling is still crazy.
Oh, man. Those things sting like nothing else. And they get into your glands and everything as well.
It looks like his hand, it looks like someone else's hand attached to his arm. Let's dive into the GWM heat recap, and really the major highlight was on the very first ride of the heat.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is McCarter from Hawaii, couple of less turns here. And then sets up what is one of the better airs that we've seen in the event today. Full grab rail, air reverse. This is Jarv on his backhand. Just a little catchy on that opening snap, but cleans it up nicely here, and unfortunately does not make that second turn. This is young Ocean Lancaster, the local kid, putting in a good showing no signs of nerves. Comes onto that oncoming section, blasts the whitewash. And a cleaner wave here. Off the bottom, slams it through the lip, comes around that section, and this is where he started to show us that speed and flair. Almost like a Felipe Toledo-esque light-footed approach.
I can see that. Great variation there as we see McCanna loading up once more. This section, not really standing up. He's going to go to a turn. Bit of a hit, bit of bump to deal with. Negotiates it pretty well. Just trying to improve on a 2.4 at the moment. Not sure it's going to do it. Probably will add some extras there. Let's see if Julian can give himself a fighting chance going into the final stages. Loads up, nice hit. So does find a combo on the outside there. Just wants to narrow the requirement here at the moment. As we go to the Bioglan replay of McCanna.
Yeah, up and over the roof of that one, comes around. You can see how hard it is with all that turbulence and whitewash on the face. You could just see his board just jittering underneath him. Really hard to get a cleaner line. In contrast, Jules, a nice deep bottom turn, top turn carve combination. A lot of pressure on the front foot as he comes into that turn. Gets a little bit of tail release. Two-turn combination, so possibly Julian's best wave in the heat. And this might just keep him right in striking zone.
Someone like Julian, you know, finds a bit of clean wall out there, and you know, the power will be undeniable. But at the moment, he's just, you know, found himself on waves that are a little lumpy and a little hard just to get some flow happening. Jarvis Earl's kind of been in the same boat, really. Just it's not really finding the room to just tap into a bit of rhythm.
It's still open.
It sure is.
It is still open, all the way up to first place. You know, McCanna, he does have the luxury of that 7.33, but only the 2.73 as a backup. You look at the requirements, there's not much needed.
Ocean Lancaster trying to put a bit of distance between himself and Julian Wilson and Jarvis Earl at the moment. This is a better looking right. A couple of good turns to get started. Comes through to the inside, hits that final section, stays on his feet. That'll be better than his previous ride. And Julian dropped a 4.17, narrowed the requirement, but it feels like it's going to grow again here in a minute.
So let's have a look at some of the replays here. The Bioglan replay here. Jarvis Earl, he's just getting these stop-start waves where he's not able to get some flow and connection between the turns. This is a good wave here for Ocean Lancaster, just coming through to the inside. Belts that oncoming section. Great view here from above. And this is the replay of his last wave. Tags that first section. Great timing to keep that energy going down the line. Gets that second carve. Didn't overcook that first turn, but made it impactful enough. Just gets a little stuck on the third, but I feel like it's definitely going to surpass the 3.17.
A minute and 30 seconds to go. He's asking for an update. I don't know if he'll have enough time to get back out there.
1.5 minutes remaining.
He's going to give it a nudge, though.
Well, he's gone to first.
He has 6.17 on that last ride. He had the 5 earlier on. I think he might just wrap it here. Julian on the outside. He's after a 5.9 now to get himself up in the second spot. And that wave just goes nowhere. This will be a big upset. I think two of the strongest surfers in this opening round, Julian Wilson, Jarvis Earl, in danger of falling out of the mix here.
Yeah, a little frustrated. You can see Jules, he wants the opportunity to open up, really show us what he's capable of. Jarv in the same boat, just not able to hunt down those waves with the open face. Really tricky out there at the moment. A lot of water moving around the lineup.
So Jarvis with priority. Julian at the opposite end of the competition area here. And here goes Jarvis. Loading up, had some speed. He'll take to the sky, throws the rotation, loses the board though. And that'll be his last shot at it. Will Julian get an opportunity on the outside here? Well, this is it. He's trying to get himself into position. He's got to go. After a 5.9. He goes left. And the wave just doesn't really have anything for him to lay into. And this one is going to come to a close, and it is the young guns in their first Challenger Series event taking honours here. Ocean Lancaster gets himself a victory, a 6.17 and a 5. Makana Fransman, well, he was just explosive in the opening stages of the heat, dropping a big full rotation air rev to get himself a second spot and a place in that next round. There's the results for you on screen. Just never really found rhythm out there, did they?
No, from top to bottom. It was a pretty scrappy heat, but the two youngsters doing enough. And, you know, for the locals, sad moment, losing Jules out of the draw, but elation, they got the youngster through.
Well, this was an easy call, I should say. The Fat Boy right of the heat goes to Makana for this massive rotation on the end section. Love the way he set this up, Rich.
Yeah, perfect. Wobbly little face, and then he got to this section here and just pops that lift off into a full rotation and stomps it with ease.
Love that last angle. Just shows the projection out there in front of that white water. Beautiful stuff from Makana. Ocean Lancaster with the victory. We've got another big heat coming your way right after the break. Plenty to do here in Newcastle, but this week there's only one place to be. That's here at Merriweather for the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Great images there. Celebrating 40 years of this amazing event, which has been a qualifying series event, a championship tour event at different stages, and now the final Challenger Series event to reveal the graduating class of 2026. Already a couple of spots locked in, especially on the women's side. Still quite a bit of work to get through to determine who's going to be joining the elite ranks of the championship tour in a couple of weeks down there at Bells Beach. Joe Azuchi up on the replay here. Just a quick ride for him during the break. And we also had Harley Walters getting his heat started, Rich.
Yeah, the goofy footer here. Just tries to attack that first section. The second turn that was the money turn of that wave. But you could see the energy, enthusiasm in Harley's approach.
Older brother already with a heat win in the opening round earlier today, the first heat of the day. Harley will want to join him in that second round for sure. Such a young talent. We've got Reef Hazelwood out there with a strong start too, a 6.67. And now we're going to see Rafael Teixeira. He's working this one over. A veteran on the Challenger Series. He's been having a crack at it every year since 2021. Still looking for that big finish and looking to close in on a CT spot. 25.5 minutes to go. We'll see a replay of that one in just a moment. Right now, though, we're going to have a chat to Ocean Lancaster down there with Flick.
Thanks, Ronnie. Ocean, you just had a massive heat win. You took down the Pro Junior about 5 days ago. You've come up here to your first Challenger Series event. Had one hell of a draw here. Talk me through the emotions and how you're feeling.
Yeah, I mean, looking back, I surfed my way through the trials. I actually didn't know I was in the trials till the night before at like 9:30, and I was all the way up at the Gold Coast. So me and Dad punched it down overnight, and yeah, had the trials and kind of went through all that and went through the work and ended up getting a good result and into this comp. And I was coming into this just thinking like, I mean, I saw my first heat and I was like, all right, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to do my surf and try put my best foot forward. And yeah, I felt like I went out and did that, and yeah, stoked to get the win.
You were just telling me you're originally from Newcastle, you live up on the Gold Coast now. It must feel nice competing at home, and can you tell me, you must have some personal goals now that you've got that first heat win underway?
Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of just started doing the QSs and the Pro Juniors, and I don't know, I feel like I just realised, like, you know what, I've actually kind of got this, and I've stood up against a couple of big names and also put a couple of big names down, so yeah, it's been feeling really good. But yeah, I mean, I've got my whole community back here, like everyone, all my support, like it all comes from back here at home, so yeah, it feels good to compete at home, and I think just having all that support from everyone is just makes me want to compete and go for it more, so yeah, frothing.
Awesome, thanks so much, Ocean, good luck in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Flick. Yeah, Ocean, you know, that it was sad for the locals to see Julian fall out of the mix, obviously, but that they will be so hyped to see a local Grom, 17 years of age, just powering through that big heat. Such a massive confidence builder, getting the jumper on such classy rivals in that last heat. As we dive into the replay of the veteran Brazilian Rafael Teixeira's opening ride, 3.67 for this one.
Yeah, tight little hit off the top to start things off. And then that last hit on the oncoming foam. Not too bad. He's got himself. It's going to be an average score. 3.67 to start things off, but you can see the signs. You can see the talent there.
Yeah.
And that's why he's been hanging around for so long.
Yeah, well, he's been, you know, campaigning, obviously, on the regional QS really well. I did notice that he's not at the top end of the South American regional QS ranks at the moment. That makes this event really crucial for him in, you know, bagging the biggest result he can snatch from this week, because, you know what, getting into that top 20 is going to be key for him to get back on the Challenger Series for next season. That's the quick way, the fast track to get there. We know how tough and competitive the regional qualifying series is over there in Brazil.
Super competitive. And, well, you know, I like Rafael's chances. If he can get himself a couple of good waves, those open face sections, he's got a lot of power and a lot of speed in the way he surfs.
Oh, I think Rafael and Joe need to find something pretty special here, because Reef Hazelwood has started with a bang, and Harley Walters has just proven to be so formidable in recent times. But Rafael's picked off a gem here. And that was an incredible flex on that final section. So there's a solid combination and should be a good score. This will be fun to watch on the Stonerwood slow-mo Rich.
Yeah, clean snap to slide to start off. Eyes off this oncoming section, throws that back arm down into the wave. And what that does, it creates that pivot point. And the turn literally pivots around that back arm once it's anchored in the wave face. Really, really steep section for Rafael to negotiate there. Did it well. And that'll be his best number, no doubt about it. Bioglan replay here, so watch that back arm. Anchors it into the wave face, pulls it down all the way back onto the tail, keeps the nose of the board out, and then hits the eject button. Just a nice two-turn combination. There it is, 5.07, scores in.
Just has cleaned up so much throughout the day. Still a bit unorganised out there, but these surfers are doing pretty well to smoothen out the lumps and bumps. Joe Azuchi up at the moment, just loses it on that final hit. He hasn't really got that mid-ranger in the bag just yet to keep himself in touch with the rest of the field here.
Yeah, as a competitor, you're sort of always thinking about the clock and the waves that you have on the scoreline. So right now, Joe's going, okay, 20 minutes left.
Like Raphael too, he's nowhere on the Asian regional ranks, back in 16th position. So, you know, he needs a big finish on the Challenger Series here at Surfest to try and get his place next year. But right now, we got Reef Hazelwood up, always good for an air, so much pop. He's been so consistent with bringing those big moments to competition for such a long time now. And there is just another one to add to the highlight reel.
Yeah, Stone and Wood slow-mo. So Reef, just a set-up turn here. You could see him, the stance just widened ever so slightly, and just a buttery spin. Super clean landing, great angle here. Watch the pop, out of the lip.
That's so sick.
And that is just textbook air rev, no grab at all.
Yeah, he's one of those guys too that negotiates that impact on landing, you know, as good as anyone. And he just came right down in the maw of that wave, right in that high impact section, almost missed that kind of nice fluffy landing. And somehow just with that balanced style stays well and truly in control of his equipment. And we can expect a really good score for that one. And with the 6.67, he's going to be way out in front. And at this stage, it's going to be a battle for second.
Yeah, it's going to drop in as a big number. And like you said, our other three competitors, they're going to be battling it out now. Rafael Teixeira just ticking away at it.
That was a big section too.
Yeah.
It wasn't a tapering off. It was, you know, really that closeout came right on the outside. And as a result, there's great credit there. 7.83, one of the numbers of the day. And he had a nice rip to, this is Raphael on the replay, didn't finish that one off, but yeah, he had a nice line into it, Reef. He had plenty of time to set it up. 7.83, well out in front now. Raphael in second, he's after a 9.43 to get to first position.
Well, based on the numbers that we've seen dropping in heats today, Reef Hazelwood is likely to progress out of this one. So three surfers battling it out for second place here. Let's have another look at it. Stone and Wood slow-mo.
It's that little carve, that set-up carve we were talking about, Rich, and then just climbs that wall, gets some height. I mean, the Stone and Wood slow-mo is unbelievable. Just take a moment, folks, to drink it in. 7.83.
Basically rotating as he's exiting off the lip, and that helps him get that spin. And these really good aerialists, they seem to hover. They almost levitate up there for a little while, and they can hold that height for a long time.
Yeah, Reef especially. But, you know, the ability to, you know, find that sweet projection off the lip, just enough that you don't go out in the flats, but you find some white water to come down on.
Yeah,
is quite remarkable. And yeah, it just, as long as you've got sort of a slight onshore flow in the wind, you know, Reef is probably a 100% chance at going to the sky.
Yeah. Well, the longer you're up there, the less impact that broken wave has. You know, it detonates, it breaks, and then it starts to lose its energy. So the longer you can stay up there, the kind of better that landing platform will be.
16.5 minutes to go. believe this is Harley's first crack at a Challenger Series event.
Oh, yeah, cool.
And yeah, he's been absolutely on fire lately. 16 minutes to go. We'll see if he can get himself out of 4th position. In just a moment. Right now, though, it's time for a Bonsoy brew break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
Welcome back. We've got just under 14 minutes remaining in Heat 6, the round of 80, the opening round here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, and we have Reef Hazelwood, the Aussie veteran campaigner on the Challenger Series. He is looking really strong here at the moment. 6.67 on his opening ride. He had a 7.83 for a monster frontside air before, and he is holding it down with priority too, so well and truly in control. The battle for second spot is on. Rafael Teixeira, he's currently holding on to it. Second position, Harley Walters chasing. He's after a 4.58 to climb up in the second. Joe Azuchi, the young Japanese surfer, he's after a 6.07. Merriweather hosting once again here. This zone has produced so many champions. Hometown champions, that is, as we see a replay of Harley. He was looking for an air section down the line, but couldn't find it.
This is Rafael, just working this right-hander all the way down the line, gets that final turn. Does he make it? Yes, he does. That's a ride out, little pat the kitty there, but he made it.
You know, Rich, for us, you know, you rock up to the first day of the event, you start thinking about what's going to unfold on finals day, but for these competitors, each of these heats are just so crucial in, you know, obviously taking the steps towards that final series and maybe getting a SURFEST title. But we mentioned, you know, there's a couple of different ways you can go about keeping a place on the Challenger Series or earning a spot on the Challenger Series. One is via the regional qualifying series, as Harley Walters gets vert but just gets stuck at the top of that one. But yeah, high finish on the Challenger Series ranks, just outside the top 10, within the top 20. We'll see you back on the CS next year.
Yeah, it's an important zone if you need to, if you want to skip that regional qualifying series. It's the best way to do it. Keeps you in touch as well. Gives you a good feeling that you're close to that top 10 requalification on the championship tour.
And back home, your region's just going, yeah, please make the top 20. Like leave the new spots on the CS for next year to us.
Wow, interesting warm-up.
Jose Francisco. Getting ready to get out there and get upside down by the looks of things.
Wow, let's see it. Set of mid-fanning fins.
Good fins.
Good choice. A lot of choice by many of the world's top surfers. It's the most winningest template in history.
I was going to ask, you know, so often I see it plugged into the equipment of the world's best after victories. Here we go, 10.5 minutes. And Harley, well, he's fighting hard. He's throwing everything at it. Finding a couple of waves that really have limited sections to tap into, so throwing everything at that one.
Let's see what happened here. So throwing it right up. Big section. He was just a little bit late to the party there and just overcooked it, over-rotated, and just lost his balance. Perhaps needed to get there just a half a second earlier.
Yeah, time kind of becoming a bit of a factor here for Joe Azuchi and Harley Walters. We saw a similar narrative playing out in that last heat, Rich. Just two surfers that couldn't really find any rhythm, and their opponents kind of got the work done early and were able to really be a little bit more patient with their priority and pick their moments to strike.
Yeah.
A little less gamble. Well, you must be getting pretty excited about this 2026 Championship Tour season coming off.
Oh, yeah. No, it's going to be great. It's obviously we're starting down to our bells. We'll get back to that. This is Reef Hazelwood.
No need to risk the ankles on that one for Reef. He's well situated at the moment. Did give up his priority for that ride though. Joe Azuchi still fighting for that first number with a bit of meat in it, and so he can launch an assault on the top two here.
Yeah, with 8.5 minutes on the clock, Ronnie, he really needs a decent score first before he can get into strike range. He's not going to be able to do it with one wave. Or if he does, it's going to be right up into it'll be the best wave of the entire day. So he's still got time to do it in two waves, and here he goes again. This is Joe Azuchi.
Yeah, he really wants to get that board vertical. There's a great turn. That's solid. That's his best yet. So he'll whittle down that requirement just a little bit. Give himself a chance here in the final 8 minutes.
Yeah, this is going to put him in range. It's not going to be a big score. The judges will keep a lid on it. Might be around that 3 or 4 mark. Let's have a look at the Bioglan replay. Taps that first section, just cuts it a little short. This final turn here, beautiful section, gets that big curve in the turn, that flare.
Such an interesting Challenger series that we had this year, Rich. I thought the having SURFEST bookend the Challenger series this year was a really interesting call, but just the way that the calendar worked, it kind of had to be the way. And I think most of the competitors love their time here in Newcastle, so there's no complaints about that. But Pipe added to the Challenger Series schedule this year really was a great mix-up. It presented some really interesting results, didn't it?
It sure did, as we look at the GWM replay. And this is Reef Hazelwood. He's been in perfect control of this heat right from the opening ride. And that was his 6.67. That could have been up around the 7.5 to 8 if you'd made that final turn. But this is the big air moment. Check this out, perfect form, the front side air reverse without the grab, and I think that's why the judges really appreciated that one, Ronnie, and it went up into the high 7s. Gets a great launch off the top. Buttery landing. This is Rafael Teixeira, the Brazilian, finding a couple of decent rides in the mid-range score. He's found himself in second place. This is a Japanese surfer, Joe Azuchi. This is his best ride here. This turn, bang, hits it hard. That got him a 4.67. Now only needing that 5.67. This is live action.
Yeah, reef up again. He's going to opt out of this one. He's just sort of sizing up those end sections now. He really doesn't have to push it too hard. No one's coming at him at this stage of the contest. He's just getting those rips in, and if he doesn't like the look of the ramp, he's opted out a couple of times. So it's still within reach for Joe and Harley at this point. 5.67 the requirement for Joe. Harley after a little bit more, 6.17. You know, I think the form is really there for Harley at the moment, but he's just had one of those heats where it's almost like he's got wave repellent on. He's had a few rides.
They are the most frustrating heats too.
But just nothing he's been able to turn into a decent score just yet. Here goes Joe. Well, he's after a pretty decent score of 5.67. Drifts the fins, does well to get the finish. Throws his hand up, but it feels like a bit of a sell.
So what does he need? A 5.67. Let's have a look at it from the front angle. Deep bottom turn. Carving cut back on the face, little check turn there, little fade, and then gets a nice flare off the backhand. And it felt good. You can tell he's feeling it. That was just a natural reaction, the claim. And up to this point, you know, it had a bit of a shocker. So even just getting a bit of a wave in those clutch moments, those last minutes, would have felt good for him. So 5.67. I feel like it's going to be just short, Ron. Just the opening turn to me didn't have enough impact. The final turn was great, but yeah, I think it'll just fall short.
Yeah, they are a 4.67 on his previous ride on the front forehand. I think the forehand turn was stronger. You got the benefit of the combination of moves on that left. So we'll see where the judges take it, but 3.5 minutes to go. I can't even see Harley out there.
Yeah, he must be way either south or he's paddled in Newcastle Beach, maybe.
Yeah, down the beach there. I think you can see in the northern end of the comp site here.
And these guys are surfing a lot further north than we normally used to see. At Meriwether Point, there's a lot of sand that's been brought in. We've had so many northeast swells lately, and it's just piled all that sand on the southern part of Meriwether, sort of covering the reef at the moment. And with the swell on offer that we have here today, and as we get deeper into the week, it might flush some of that sand out, so we might see these competitors move further south as the week goes on.
Time ticking by, getting into the final 3 minutes here, and you can see there Joe wants an update. He wants to know what that last score came through as. He needs to know what kind of work he needs to do, or if he needs to get down there and try and defend second spot potentially.
They're having a good think about it, aren't they?
Yeah, the scores are coming in. He needs a 5.67. Watching the numbers drop in from the panel now. First score is below the requirement. Just didn't feel that convincing. First turn maybe needed to be a bit stronger. It looks like it's going to fall below the requirement. The average coming through, it's a 5.03, so still his best ride, but he's after a 5.31 now. Get himself into the lead, and here he goes. We're just under 2 minutes. Joe swings the tail, loses control, unfortunately. And it's now going to be really difficult to get back to the takeoff zone and try and wrestle away from those surfers holding priority over him. Where is Harley? He's just been so quiet in this heat. Uncharacteristic on the outside. Good size set wave approaching. Harley at the northern end of the comp bank here.
Oh, he's way up there.
Yeah. Just lost in a current somewhere. Here goes Reef Hazelwood. What a performance from him. Just whips the board into reverse. All too easy.
Just a real polished, mature performance from Reef Hazelwood. Stuck a couple of excellent airs and job done.
Must feel good, Rich.
Oh,
you can speak to it, mate. Rocking up to a major event like this on the first day and getting yourself an easy victory.
Just sets the tone. You know, it really does put you in a good headspace for the rest of the week. And, you know, he'll go to bed tonight reliving some of these manoeuvres with good feelings, good energy.
Mate, he's going to be watching the fat boy ride of the ride of the heat for sure.
Well, he's one. He could go deep in this event, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think we can look forward to seeing him on the post show as well in the highlight reel. Solid stuff. He's going to drop another decent number for that last ride as we get down to the final 15 seconds here. As Harley Walters, can he save himself here? This wave looking pretty flat on the outside, but he's got the big moves. Loads up, swings that tail, and just gets swamped by the lip. So it's a short run in the event. Rafael Teixeira is going to hold on to that second position. Joe Azuchi in third spot. Harley's going to stay back in fourth position. But what a performance from Reef. So strong. Healthy heat score total.
Yeah, that's it may even be the highest heat score total of the day, perhaps. But a really good performance from Reef Hazelwood.
Having a chat there with a fellow goof, Geordie Lawler. Will be in that next round as Reef makes his way up. Let's queue up the fat boy ride of the heat. It was an easy call.
Of course it is. Reef Hazelwood, watch this, takes to the air, gets the spin, no grab. Silky smooth landing. And a 7.76.
That's the angle I love.
The reward.
Just shows the flare, shows the projection. Another one for the highlight reel today. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, Jess Starling, Vaughan Blakey will step into the booth.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SURFEST, and by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
Some hearts will be broken, but some dreams will be made this week. It is the final stop of the Challenger Series, the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. We're down here at Merriweather for day number 1. It's junky. There's some big oncoming sections coming our way. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by the one and only Vaughan Deadly Blakey. Vaughno, we got to chat through 2 really entertaining heats earlier on. We're back for 2 more.
Yeah, that's right, Jess. I'm really looking forward to seeing the rest of how this day plays out, but I am a little bit heartbroken. I'm glad you brought that up because my favourite surfer ever, Julian, he's out.
Boom.
He
Big
ripped
hammer.
a couple of incredible turns in his heat. He just couldn't quite get the finishes he was after, which is a huge bummer because we love watching Julian surf at this level. He is still one of the top surfers in the world, but this is the quality of the Challenger Series, and this is the quality of what, you know, these surfers are up against. Even Julian Wilson, world title runner-up, couldn't get through round 1 here on the back of just how competitive it is.
Oh, it's absolutely stacked in this round of 80. Heat number 7 out there in the water right now. Luke Temmer out there in the red, Jose Francisco in the blue, Slade Prestwich in the white, and Ollie Reisenbeek, the local boy, out there in the green. So we have an entirely international field here. We've seen a lot of Aussie wildcards right now in this event so far, but this one we're getting to actually get familiar with a couple more international ones here. Getting the start though, Ollie Reisenbeek.
Yep, Ollie off the bottom, cracks it into the top. He'll be absolutely fizzing to get a good result here. We've seen some underdogs get some wins already this morning, and out the back, Luke Temmer, slice off the top, huge hack. And there's nothing better than starting a heat with really opening the shoulders, high-speed acceleration through a big carve like that. He'll get a little finish. Work done in the very first move, though, so a great start here for Luke. I know it's not going to be a huge score, but just to feel the board carving through that water like that is going to feel great. And then out the back, Jose. This guy was doing all sorts of moves on the beach during the warm-up, and he's backed up those moves with this thing. And, wow, flamboyant dismount.
Yeah, you know when a surfer is really feeling a wave, they felt good with their surfing, when you see a real quick stand tall at the end of the ride. So Jose really loving that first exchange, those nice first 2 turns here. Maybe having a look at right now, Ollie, he's going to swing again. Unfortunately, buries a little bit of rail on that one there. So 317 for that first wave, but this is Ollie's first Challenger Series event. We're seeing that a lot in this opening round. Ollie is going to swing again here, trying to use a little bit of this local knowledge. He's not into that one, but I think, you know what, keeping the ball rolling, catching lots of waves out here, especially this afternoon, it's the way to go.
You know what? This event is famous for little groms getting a shot and going deep into the draw. We saw Huey Vaughan a few years ago. He was such a tiny little creature. You could barely see him from the judging tower. He was that tiny on wave faces. And he went so deep into the draw, and it really announced him, as we see a little bit of action here from Jose. And down the beach, vertical, up into the lip, and looks for the combo, doesn't get it, Luke. But, you know, for a kid like Ollie, for a kid like Eden Hasso, who we saw earlier this morning, you know, they're looking at the runs of Huey Vaughan or Mick Fanning, who took it all the way through to the final and lifted the trophy here at SURFEST as just a little grom. So, you know, there's a lot of form in this event of unknown groms getting a shot and taking it to the best in the world.
Yeah, we kind of have 2 young guns in this one, in the likes of Luke and Ollie taking on 2 more established surfers, Jose and Slade. They've been around on the Kiwi for a really long time now. Jose from 2013, Slade from 2011. So 15 years on the Kiwi, coming back, but in that 15 years, Slade Prestwich, this is actually his first time ever competing at Newcastle.
That is remarkable. I mean, yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? The old system, before we went into sort of the regional qualifiers and the Challenger Series, really encouraged crew to travel all over the place. And these days, you get it done at home, and then you've got to earn your spot on the Challenger Series. So we're not seeing quite as much travel from the younger surfers, and sometimes it takes a little bit longer to come and visit places like Newcastle. But it's well worth the visit.
It is.
If you've never been here, come on down. Restaurants are unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
The beaches are incredible.
Incredible.
There's super friendly dogs on the beach.
Super friendly dogs.
Be the dog that... No, what is it? Be the person that your dog thinks you are. That was a great bit of advice for dog one. Here's a beautiful slash here from Slade.
Yeah, another section of work with almost had it for the completion there too. Felt like he was going to really start to bring that board back around there.
Do you like that? Be the person that your dog thinks you are.
I love that.
Because you know how your dog looks at you and
My-
just goes, has anyone ever been better than you?
Yeah. No.
Doesn't happen. Slade Prestwich. So this is our first look at Slade. Just a little down carve, throws it up and over, no completion there. Representing South Africa, the first time here at Newcastle. Well, you would have been coming up to Newey for a long, long time.
Yeah,
Only just down the road.
Yeah, for ages. My first ever pro junior was actually right here at Merriweather. Competed out here, and then I actually competed in SURFEST, I think maybe 4 times. Back in my Kiwi days.
Oh, I love it. No way. I'm sitting next to a superstar. How good. How far did you get into the draw?
I actually made finals day.
Did you make finals day?
I did make finals day once, but Macy Callahan brought me undone, unfortunately. But anyways, let's leave that one in the past. We're going to go down to Reef Hazelwood. He's on the glass with Kaipo, I believe.
Thank you, Jess. Reef, 14.5. That was a dominant. How does it feel to start off with such a great heat?
It feels amazing. It's the best, really. So that's always a dream. How to plan and execute it. It doesn't always come off that way, so stoked.
How's that for the confidence?
Yeah, huge. Yeah, getting the wild card and then being able to go out there and get some waves like that feels great. And yeah, excited for the season to start again too.
On top of great surfing comes great equipment. You got a Channel Islands right there. What have you been riding? Because it looks money.
Yeah, it's just a CI Pro, and yeah, it's absolute magic. So super stoked with the boards, and yeah, work really closely with Britt and TJ here in Oz as well. So yeah, they're absolute magic and magic shapers.
Look forward to more surfing from you, Reef Hazelwood. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks, Steve Skyper. Love it.
Back to you, Jess.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. Thanks, Reef. Reef is arguably the most smiley surfer in
I'm so glad you
competitive
said
history.
that. I was just about to say, you know, sometimes when you're doing post-heat interviews and you're like, whew, okay, I don't know how we get on. Or what's our chemistry like? You just walk up to Reef and he smiles, just beaming. You just get caught in the glow of it. Sometimes you forget to ask questions.
Yeah, you're like,
just staring at his
he's just so
smile.
happy. Jarvis Earl, he challenges that as well. They've both just
Big
got
pearly
this
whites.
big grin on their face all the time. And they're just great to watch. It makes them, you know, these really likable personalities that everyone gets really invested in. Jose had a 6 on the first one, slash under the lip here. So looking to keep adding to the lead. A 6. We spoke about it in that last block. It's hard to get from the judges. Slade looking to find one himself. Beautiful swoop and a strong looking second one, but that back foot just slipping off the board there. So Slade had a couple of mishaps on his last few waves.
Yep. You won't be too stoked on missing the completion because the first turn was really nice as we stay here with Jose Francisco and really nice style. He's got an interesting dismount. He's clocked a 6. So that little shiv under the lip might serve him here. It's going to add to his total, but Slade just overcooks that second turn. So he's got a 2.2 and a 2.37. Jose not seeing too much reward from the judges for that little hook under the lip of 1.87. Yeah, there's nothing more awkward than being lost in someone's smile on the glass.
No.
Just feel that they're going, are you going to ask me a question? Like, oh.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I am.
Can't believe how white your teeth are.
Luke Temmer looking to get a proper score on the board right now. Solid.
Nice.
Second. It's just so much oncoming water in that part of the sandbank there, and it goes from quite deep to quite shallow really quickly, which is what we're getting these really big explosions. And if you can get out in front of it, you're going to add some drama, thinking back to those really nice backhand whips from Alistair Reginado. So if you can make those sections, the judges, they've been throwing 7s at them.
Yeah, this swell, it just seems to be coming from everywhere at the moment. There's lefts, there's rights, there's wedges, there's high roads, there's low roads. It's just junk city. But in amongst the junk, there are just opportunities for really good manoeuvres, big scores. That turn just a touch hung up. And as soon as you hit that impact zone, it's just such a difficult thing to pull your board through.
Yeah, when we look at a couple of past winners as well, thinking of this real international heat, obviously Jose is feeling really strong, got that 6-point ride. He's looking confident in his surfing. We haven't seen a Brazilian win here since 2019, the last Brazilian to win, Alex Ribeiro. So he'd love to add that name to what is arguably one of the biggest honour roll list of winners that we have in surfing.
I think I was here when Guilherme Hurdy won. I was. Yeah, I was covering that one for Tracks Magazine back in the day. And, you know, the Hurdy name will be competing again, looking for a second shot at the WCT. They're representing that famous name from Brazil. Epic goofy footer, had the TF, you know, blonde shock of hair, and got it done here in a pretty famous victory. It's way back in 1996.
Wow.
There you go.
Oh my goodness. Well, Mateus with a chance to do that this week. We're not going to see them today. We're looking to round out this round of 80. Before we do that, though, we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. Be back with more action.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And it's time to get the froth on. And what am I frothing about today? Well, I'm frothing about history of this event, looking back at some of the original winners. Tom Curran, the Oxter, Aki, Tom Carroll. That's what legend was made of. And the new winners, Jackson Baker, Joel Vaughn, defending champ, Jacob Wilcox, and a little bit of trivia to bring the froth on. Yago Dora won his first major international event here, 2017, just called the young goat, the skinny goat at the time, a young Yago Dora, who is now a world champ. The SURFEST, deep in history. Check it out, and it's worth frothing on.
We love it, Kaipo. We love when we see you frothing out there, especially in the Bonsoy area. We love hanging out down there. Luke Temo would love to add his name to a long list of incredible champions here at SURFEST. That's the way to do it. Really big backhand vertical whip. And he's going to get, I'm going to say, a pretty nice score for this.
Yeah, well, that was a real section of truth, if you will, and it was dealt with appropriately. Backside sting from Luke as he does not let that opportunity slip by. I love that Kaipo brought up that Yago Dora won his first major international event here. That is so cool. 2017, now the world champ. And a lot of world champs have won this event.
Yeah, a lot of world champs as well. There's actually a lot of goofy footers that have won this event as well. So the ratio really starting to swing up towards that equal line between those natural and goofies. And I feel like this event, it's one of those places that really holds, you know, if you do well here, it kind of really skyrockets you into a really solid career. I mean, look at Jacob, he won here. Now he's looking to really solidify his spot back on that championship tour. Thinking back to, we'll get back to that in a second, live action, air reverse, but the back foot just slipping off there for Jose Francisco. But one of the more recent ones, Joel Vaughn obviously won here in 2023 and 2024. the year that he won, he actually went on to qualify for the championship tour. So it has this real trajectory kind of feeling about Surfest.
Yeah, it really does. And I just am blown away by the world champs in these honours roll. Like, I mean, there's, well, have a look at this. I'm loving Jose's style. He just hovers. He floats. There's like sort of nothing desperate about his style. He's just cruising along, and then all of a sudden he launches a big frontside rotator like that. There was no real transition for him to scoop his way down the face-off, but hasn't he got just a unique style?
Oh, he does. I love when we can see it in real slow-mo too. That Stonerwood slow-mo also showing that back foot slipping right off. He's going to have another swing here, Jose. Love how he's patient at the bottom. Lays the foot in on that back foot to swoop through a big carve. He's going to stay in way. He's not trying to oversurf these waves. He's not forcing anything at all because he's going to kick off that wave there. So just a nice carve. He's trying to better a 187. It's a way to do it.
I wonder if that was worth a 187, just sitting on the tail.
Yeah.
Watching the wave disappear. Is there any moment here as we look at the Bioglan replay? He's speeding along. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a little hack. He's just sitting there waiting, and the wave just passes him by. But, yeah, Tom Curran, Ockie, Carroll, Hardman, far out. Barton Lynch, Mick Fanning, obviously, and then...
Vaughan Blakey, what?
Yeah, what? But then, like, the women, Wendy Botha, Frida Zamba, Pauline Mensah, and that goes all the way through up to Steph Gilmore. Wow, what an honour roll.
Yeah.
40 years of Surfest that we're celebrating this year. What a buzz. So stoked. So much to celebrate this year. You know, this is a big one. And we're going to be celebrating a big 50 as well for the World Championship Tour. You know, the birth of professional surfing, 50 years old. Surfest, 40 years old. So much history. So many incredible performances. So many legends.
Oh, my
I was
gosh.
just actually asking around before, who is the all-time Newcastle legend for you?
Hoyo.
Personally. Matt Hoy.
Yeah. Hoyo and Mitch Ross.
Oh.
I love Mitch
What about
Ross.
Mitch Ross? He had his fingerprints on Molly Picklam's world title last year in the Channel. Words of encouragement, a little bit of coaching there from the great Mitchy Ross.
Also MR. God, there's so many.
There's so many. Luke
in Newcastle.
Egan, Chad Edser,
My goodness.
Simon Robinson, Travis Lynch.
My goodness.
They might not have the world titles, but don't you worry, those guys are Newey legends.
You'd probably put Hoyo's biggest personality.
Craig Anderson.
Craig Ando. Yeah, it's such a talented area, and they get so many good waves here. Obviously, it's a little bit tricky for competition today, but if we think back to Surfest, you know, less than a year ago, it was absolutely cooking. It started off pretty similar to this, though, hoping to see that towards the end of the week. Nice vertical hook to kick us off here for Luke. Goes into a little bit of dead water there, though, so he's getting these really nice outside turns, and then just struggling to link it through on this inside.
Watch the pivot here on the Bioglan replay as Luke Teamer does a complete 180 off the bottom, vertical up the lip. The board makes the complete 180-degree rotation, and he almost comes down the track he went up on. Beautiful tight snap on the backhand, unfortunately just the one turn. So no one running away. It looks like everyone's just trying to find opportunity right now. 8 minutes 15 remaining.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Slade press switch as well, up and riding on a wave. It's kind of been the Jose and Luke show for this entire heat. Gets the completion on an air reverse on the inside, so gets a little bit of redemption from that last attempt. Here we go, Slade. Finally up on his feet. Great looking first turn there, connected really nicely with the lip line. And again, if he can pull this off, that's going to be a really healthy number. 2 strong turns, set wave, but a bit of drama in there towards the end as well. Judge need to eat that up.
I wonder if the temptation was there for Slade to really go at that end section, and he just decided to pull it back because these first 2 waves had good, strong opening manoeuvres. Bioglan replay showing us there. The first turn, very good. The second turn, he pushes it, but he doesn't overcook it this time.
No, I love those 2 turns. I think as well as far as a combo goes, that was a really solid overall performance there. So Slade looking really sharp. It's been a while since we've seen him back on the in the jersey on the Challenger Series level. 2022 was the last time that we saw him. It was his first full year on the Changers. Best he had was a 17th over in Bolito. So looking to come back for a bit of redemption. Coming up next, Hayden Rogers, one of the young guns, just qualified for the Challenger Series through his region, coming in 4th. He's going to take on Justin Becret out of France, Tully Wiley just from a couple of hours on a plane down south in Victoria, and Ben Lorenzen from Noosa, a couple of hours up the coast from here. So 2 Aussies, 1 US and 1 Frenchman. They'll be out there in just over 6.5 on that one, but feels like that Slade, he's going to put himself right back in it here. He's only looking for a 5.73 right now.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the best wave of the heat. I'm trying to think back to Jose's 6, but, you know, 2 strong turns, really nice combination. Not too much sort of messing around in between the turns. He linked the combination beautifully. So, oh, it's a 5.17. So Jose still holding down best score, but there's no way Slade's going to turn his nose up at that one.
Yeah, so Slade now chasing only a 2.93. So requirement comes a long way down. When we look to the local wildcard, he needs a 4.93. We'll get back to that though. Here's the GWM recap. This is that big 6-point ride we're talking about.
Yeah, and you can see, busy straight off the start. Big turn and gets a spectacular finish there. Really punches it. Looking for an extra point with that dismount, I think, Jess.
Oh, just looking so smooth. Luke Temmer looking nice and smooth as well. Really beautiful 2-turn combo. Just unfortunately getting eaten alive on that second section, but Jose and Luke, they've been taking the most waves out here.
They have, but it really has been a tricky heat. A nice photo moment there for Jose, but no score. And then we saw Slade Prestwich. This was his best ride. And after a little break, he'll jam this section to clear a 5.17 into his top 2. Work to be done though, 5 minutes on the clock. And he's chasing a 2.93.
Yeah, Ollie Reisenbeek looking for a 4.93. So someone who knows this lineup so well, he's kind of gone missing for the majority of this heat.
Yeah, he actually got off to a really quick start. I thought, well, this is cool. This is good signs. The Grom wants to bring it. And since then, it's just been a little bit of cat and mouse. And he just hasn't been able to catch those mice at the moment.
No, not at all. I actually didn't even see him close to his competitors in the lineup just there. So potentially quite a fair way up the beach. We saw Harley Walters make his way up there in that last heat, but it didn't pay off for Harley. Those big scores have been really found on those really chunky left-handers. Obviously, Reef getting up into that 7 range a couple of times there, as well as Rafael Teixeira. So potentially Ollie, he's come back down here. So actually, I feel like that's the next heat. No, it's not. I'm getting myself confused. Just gone on my little tangent. Ignore me. But Ollie...
Never.
Yeah, no. Ollie, he needs to get a move on here because he's only got a 0.73 as a backup. He'd be watching those other local wildcards pretty closely and knowing if they can do it, I can do it too.
The good news for Ollie is that everyone's sitting on a low score. So if he can get his best wave of this heat, he can put himself right into it. I mean, a 4.93, it actually is going to be one of the better rides we've seen. It's 3 minutes 40 on the clock. It's really tricky. I mean, last time we commentated, it was dead glassy out there, and now there's a lot of wind slop on the face. So what you want is pretty much a second wave, something that has a little bit of a cleaner face, more opportunity here.
Oh, no, he's made it. I thought he's fallen, got a section. Goes into it, that back arm drops, he's looking for control. Unfortunately, it's just happened time and time again to everyone. That big oncoming whitewater section, it's knocked everyone off their feet, and those guys who have taken multiple waves and hit them at least once or twice, they've usually figured it out on the 3rd time, and Ollie just hasn't been on his feet enough here.
I just thought this wave looked so clean and nice when he first paddled into it, and then it just turned into dog's brekkie. And like the problem is, when you're bottom turning and you catch a little bit of lump, you just lose all your speed. So you're throwing your board up and just hoping that there's enough power in the lip to push it back down before you get overrun. And on that occasion, Ollie just gets swamped.
So Ollie, he's locked in a 1.87 on that last one, still chasing that big 4.93, works really closely with Jared Tatiria as a fitness coach, has actually come down to support a lot of his athletes in the last event of this Challenger Series season. He wants to see some of those guys, those big guys, get across the line to get onto that championship tour. Jose, just looking to get into that top 20 at this point. Hasn't had the most incredible year, but he's been at every single event, you know, throwing himself over the ledge. Right now, though, Slade, 293 is what he needs. Swoop to start off here. Bit of foam on the face through this inside section. If he can get one more turn, he'll definitely make the judges think about this score. Goes over the foam one more time. He basically needs a 3, Vorno.
Yeah, that's in the bag. No question. First turn, you could almost hear it. Swoosh. You know, he really engaged the rail. He dragged it through. I mean, there's not a whole lot of fireworks on this ride, but he doesn't need them. He just needs to be solid here. I mean, the door will remain open in this last minute and a half, but there's got to be 2.5 at least in that opening turn.
I don't know if I'm convinced, Vorno.
Really? A 2.93?
Yeah, I feel like the judges have been keeping... Maybe I'm being extremely harsh.
Wow, you are stingy, Jess. I'm scared.
I wanted one more moment. If he had one more proper turn on this wave, I was thinking, oh, he's got the link up on the inside. If he had made this turn, I definitely would have been over the line. Don't get me wrong, absolutely loved that opening swoop, but the judges have been extra critical. They wanted to be super convinced. Maybe I'm just being real mean right now, but a 293, I feel like it just needed a little bit more. It needs to be a 3, essentially.
Mate, I knew you were from Narrabeen. I knew it. I've been waiting for the moment, and this is it.
This is it.
Well, we'll wait and see. It's 30 seconds, so Slade's going to be standing on the beach and just fingers crossed no one can catch anything. That's for sure, because whatever the requirement is, it won't be too big. But 20 seconds on the clock as we wait for judges to pay or not pay. Deal or no deal?
Deal or no deal. Ollie with one last roll of the dice right now.
He needs a moment. We know that much. So it can't be clumsy. Oh, that's not a moment he was looking for.
Yeah, so Ollie...
Slade might be okay.
Unfortunately, not just finding anything, really. Not finding any rhythm out there, any of those big moments. So he's unfortunately going to be knocked out of the draw here. Slade with a score to lock in, a score of consequence as well. Needs to get himself a 293 to jump up into one of those top 2 positions and really start to move through into that big seeded round, that round of 64. If you can make that heat, you're pretty well set to be one of the best surfers.
Big congrats to Jose Francisco.
Oh,
just surfed his own heat, did a few handstands on the beach, was doing some fly kicks down there, paddled out all loose and limber. Big couple of like really nice moments, even though they weren't sort of big scores. Some good airs, couple of whacks.
Yeah, he didn't buy into anyone else's game, did he? He was just completely on his own rhythm out there.
So we're still waiting on this score, which is making me nervous because I feel like you might be right now. I was giving it to him, no probs, but yeah, there was just a distinct lack of fireworks in that ride, wasn't there? The opening carve, if I did one of those and got less than a 3, I would be devastated.
Yeah.
But that's me. I'm no Challenger Series surfer, that's for sure.
That opening carve, it was beautiful. Let's take another look at it. A really nice, drawn-out swoop. This is the money turn. This is where all of the bulk of the points need to lie. Is that turn a 293?
Yeah, because the rest of this wave it's just joining dots. There's not a single moment here that he can really, you know, drop some pennies in the bank account with. I think he's just dropping lint into the piggy bank with the rest of this ride. Emptied the pockets. It's just some like lint going in. Doesn't get a little finishing turn, so it's all riding on that first cutback. Was there enough in it? And Jess Starling, just so I put it right on the record, said, no, there isn't.
I really hope he gets it because he gave himself the opportunity. And he had that sick 517. I actually want to see him surf more, so I hope he does get it and proves me wrong. But I feel like with how staunch the judges have been today.
It might be worth looking at the scores for Luke too, because, and I'm sure that's what these judges are doing, because he had real attack in the backside re-entries he was doing. There was a couple of turns there that were so vertical, pull tight, real stinging attacking turns. So, you know, there's a fair comparison to be made here.
Yeah, Stonewood slow-mo. We're going to get to watch it one last time. Just opens up that wingspan. A couple of judges already locking in some numbers. 2 are saying it's just there. It all comes down to that one big open swoop. I hope he gets it because I'm intrigued in his surfing. I think he's got something pretty special going on. 2 say yes, 2 say no.
Oh, this is incredible. It's the most starts.
Oh, he's just done it.
He's done it.
Needed a 2.93, got a 3-point ride, so 0.07 between second and third there. So Slade Prestwich moving through the round of 64.
That's a really tense finish. I know Slade will be stoked. Luke is going to be bummed. He'll be going back and checking the tapes, but congratulations there to Jose Francisco, who did it on his own terms.
Yeah, I absolutely loved it. It was very entertaining from Jose. We've got one more heat to round out day number 1 of competition. We'll be right back right after this ad break. New South Wales is the greatest state in Australia, and I can say that as a proud New South Wales born and bred girl. Right next to me, a proud New South Wales born and bred boy.
Blues. I love New South Wales. And actually, you know, the whole East Coast has almost been like a playground for me my entire life, because I went, as most surfers do, you know, you get to know this coast so much, but Newcastle is a real jewel on this East Coast. It's a metropolitan sort of big country town. It's got a working class background, but it's bougie as well. It's got like beautiful restaurant. Yeah. It's got incredible community vibes and unbelievable waves, like pumping surf. There's so many beaches here. They're all beautiful and they've got talent to burn. I'm stoked to be back here at SURFEST. New South Wales, up the Blues. Yeah, up the Blues. Yeah, this is going to be the final heat of day number 1 of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And Nui always puts on a show. We love the food, the energy, the people, and most especially the waves. We actually have had a couple of really decent turns, big sections coming our way. I'm looking at the scoreline. We've already got a big number locked in for this guy. It's a 6.83 for Hayden Rogers. Loads up for a big frontside straighty there. Now, just a casual little end to that wave as well. So 6.83 for that big straighty. Justin with a 2-point ride here. Started off with a swoop. Didn't get that big end section he was chasing down. And Tully Wiley, he got a start as well here too, Borno. From Victoria, he's the president of Torquay Board Riders Club, and he's also been on the Challenger Series this year. Not his best year, Tully, but he's a big unit and he throws plenty of spray. Buckets from Tully Wiley here on the Bioglan replay. Look at that. He times it perfectly, clicks it, and there's no issue there. Every time he hits the lip, you know it stays hit. And here goes Justin Tancred, another one. So a backside snap, and he'll fly off the bottom, get a little foam bash in. Looking for connections here, representing France, and Hayden Rogers. What about the hang time? Just an effortless little pop.
You know what? Straighties have obviously always been sick. Big straighters have always been in fashion, but I really do believe someone who we saw compete today, Julian Wilson at Burleigh Heads last year, I feel like he did that massive straighty and it's just all of a sudden come back around. It's like flare jeans. They just keep circling back, and I'd say that's the same with the big straighters.
Yeah, there's, well, they just look so cool. I actually think the only little thing that you can do to make them look cooler than they already do is just add that little tweak, that little bone out on the top of them. But, you know, when they're lofty like that, when you're just hanging on the breeze like a kite, then you can't argue with it. Look at this thing. Let's have a really close examination here on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Beautiful straight air. Finds the transition as if he was just slinging back into a half pipe. Snowboarding or skateboarding, just found it perfectly. Has a good laugh. You know that feels good.
Oh, it's just so clean. See Matty Myers, you can't miss that hat anywhere. Obviously working with Hayden at this one. Benny Lorenston, such a solid goofy footer. He's going to get his campaign underway here. Swoops on the first and the second. Comes in, now there's a bowl, clicks on a big third and fourth turn. Give us one more for a finish. Benny Lorenston just finished 8th, just outside of the qualification line for the Challenger Series. There's a question mark on the wild card. Who's going to get it? Because Dane Henry double qualified for our region with that World Junior spot. Let's see Benny Lorenston on the Changers. He's ready.
This is an incredible statement from Ben Lorenston. Have a crack, mate. And he does. The Challenger Series is calling his name, and he answers that call as this wave comes through onto the inside. Okay, big speedy turn to sort of get behind the pocket, unleashes a big vertical snap, and then this thing releases the tail with venom and bashes the end section with speed and commitment. And the judges will be going, thank you very much. That makes our job so easy. No hunting out things to do on that one. Just turn and square up.
Wow, Ben Lorenston, what a statement to make at the start of a heat. Just with those big upside down bangers. Tully Wiley got a 4-5 for just one solid turn like that. So you can feel the goofy footers really starting to ramp up in this one. Hayden, he wants to add to the scoreline. Goes to the air again. This time lands off the back there with the air reverse. So Hayden Rogers, 683, gives him a start. Benny Lorenston's going for the runaround. New sticker on the nose of his board there, and you'd love to have the Rivea sticker right there.
Yep, one of the partners here at the Bioglan SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And it's great to see, you know, a surfer startup, Julian Wilson. It's his dream to be supporting the next generation, and he's doing a wonderful job here. There's quite a few Rivea surfers in this draw. Matthias Hurdy, Caleb Tancred, and this guy, Benny Lorenston, on the Bioglan replay. Let's have another look. Why not? You know, the first turns is just linking it beautifully. You know, he's not looking too desperate. He's just waiting for the wave to give him the shot. And then he just gets to work here.
Wow.
That turn into this one. Punchy, speedy, and a lot of flair as well. You know, these kids from the sunny coast, a lot of their surfing is bred on right points. So the backhand has plenty about it.
Yeah, Ben Lorenston, proud Noosa boy. And obviously a lot of sunny coast teams, they're always so dominant, especially in that ABB we had over the weekend. Scores starting to lock in for Ben Lorenston. It comes close to the best of the heat so far, but it just falls short. 6-7-3 for that first wave of Ben. So judges actually making a bit of a statement here, Vorno. Those big airs, they're loving them. They're going to score just that little bit higher than some big traditional surfing.
I think it's a good shout. You know, we want to see progressive surfing in these types of conditions. You know, a lot of the surfing, as good as it can be when you link it together, if it's not a real top to bottom, down the line, speedy, cupped out wave, then you're doing a lot of downtime surfing as well. Whereas here we go, snap to drift. And another full rotor on the inside. Hayden Rogers feeling good out here at Merriweather. But yeah, I do like that, you know, we're going to see big turns, high risk moves like a big straight air, for example, rewarded.
Oh, I mean, this is exciting. You know, these two guys, I feel like they're going to really start to ramp up to something big and get their first big result here. Someone who just got a pretty solid result for their season. Jose Francisco, he's down there on the glass with Kaipo.
Thank you, Jess. I love the warm-up. On the beach, capoeira?
Yes, capoeira. Always when I go to the surf, I make some movements for I don't know how to say, but it's capoeira.
It worked. And now in Portuguese, como foi sua bateria?
A minha bateria foi boa, comecei bem, fiz 6 e pouco ali. E depois eu tentei administrar, pegar outras zonas para aumentar a vantagem, mas o mar deu uma mudada. Mas é isso, consegui avançar em primeiro e eu estou muito feliz.
Parabéns.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here again. Next year, my hit's not good, but this year I'm confident. My board is perfect, good wave. I just enjoy my dream. I'm very happy to be here. In this, I would like to enjoy more, and let's go.
Yeah. Let's go. Back to you, Jess.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, I love just even the energy between those two. They feels like they're old friends, those two. I
Best
love
buddies.
it. Yeah, no, Kaipo always getting the real intel from those athletes. And Jose, it meant so much to him to take out that heat, and let's see him have some more fun. But Hayden Rogers, 617, 683. This is his first ever Challenger Series, and he just looks like he's having a free surf.
Yeah, great scores here. We just saw how hard it was to bank scores like that in the last heat. Hayden Rogers is having a ball. And, you know, when you're in that frame of mind where you're having a lot of fun, it's just so obvious. The scores seem to just come easy. And, you know, he made that big air. We saw him smiling to his buddies as he was running up the beach. They were probably giving him heaps of support, that is. And, you know, giving someone heaps in Australia can mean lots of things.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so he's obviously just found a nice little spark of form here. And Francisco in a similar sort of headspace, I believe. You know, he looked so relaxed in that last heat. I did see him at the start of the year, at the start of the Challenger Series here, and he looked a bit stressed out. He didn't look like he was having as much fun. So it's great that he feels like he's living out his dream, as a lot of these kids are, getting a first taste of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, plenty of smiles this afternoon. We've got 18 minutes on the clock. Hayden Rogers smiling big in this one. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break and find out who is going to win the last heat of the day. Good waves, good food, good atmosphere. There is nothing more you could want in a place, and Newcastle has all of that on offer in just one awesome little town, and that's where we get to hang out for the next week here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Jesse and Vaughn in the booth to take you through what is the next 15 minutes of just pure surfing. Benny Lorenston, he got this while we were in the break, Vaughno.
Yeah, the Bioglan replay showcases Benny Lauritsen throwing it up yet again. There is some serious fizz in this kid right now. He is not going to waste this opportunity. First ever Challenger Series event, I believe.
It is.
And yeah, you know, I think he's right on that bubble, isn't he? He didn't quite make the cut on the regional queue, but he's one spot out. So there's a really good chance he might get a few tastes of this in the next go around, but why wait? Here he is now, and he's throwing it up and over.
Wow.
And that's a great turn.
Yeah, I loved that second one as well. Just to be able to get to it so late and still find that spring and energy and projection. So the judges, they had to reward it just with how critical that second turn was. 5.3. So the two guys who have never surfed a Challenger Series before are currently sitting in first and second, leaving Justin and Tully with a little bit of work to do. Justin currently needing a 9.2 to go up into second place, and Tully a 7.53. We've only seen one turn from Tully here, but potentially a little bit of new energy kind of getting these guys in those top two positions.
Yeah, well, Tully is going to want to tap into a little bit of that energy, that mana of the Torquay board riders. It's his club. I believe he's still president.
He is, club president.
Yeah, club president. So a young club president in terms of, you know, the board riders clubs are huge institutions in this country. But Torquay board riders took out the World Club Challenge just at the start of the year. So, you know, there's energy down there. And not just that, you know, there's a huge collective group of talent coming out of Victoria that he's a part of. One of the ringleaders of now, alongside his good buddy, Zave Huxtable, and Ellie Harrison from down there as well. So, yeah, he wants to do it, not just for himself, Tully. He's always surfing for something more than just his own desires. You know, he knows what it means to all the crew at home who are watching on. Come on, Torquay.
Yeah, I love it. And, you know, it's a big week for Zave as well. Like you mentioned, his best mate. Currently in 17th. So, in with a shot.
Did you know that, like, I was tripping when I saw all the different sort of qualification scenarios that could go down? Like, depending on how everyone goes, there's a long list of crew who can make a last-ditch run at this.
Long list.
It's much more open than you think, even though, like, it does mean a lot of crew have to win the event to qualify. The door is ajar.
And what we've never seen before is we're starting and finishing a season at the same place. So every single one of these guys, but other than a couple of wildcards, have surfed here before in a Challenger Series format. So they understand the wave, they understand the pressure, and guess what? Things are easier to do the second time round. They know where they like to get their coffee, they know where they want to stay. We're going to see a lot more dark horse energy come through in this event.
Things are easier the second time around if you learn your lessons.
If you've learnt your lesson, Borno.
I know. Don't look at me with those mum eyes, because I can actually see my mum staring at me saying, you didn't pay attention and you didn't learn.
You didn't learn your lesson. No, you did, Borno. You did.
Yeah, well, look.
We've learned many of lessons in Newcastle.
Yeah, all my lessons are learnt the hard way, Jess.
I've learned don't give Macy Callahan the inside.
Exactly, thank you. There you go. I've learned don't go out with Matt Hoy midway through the contest window. Very hard lesson that took at least 15 years to learn.
Oh my gosh. We love you, Hoyo.
Wait till the end. Wait till the end.
I can't wait to see him lurking around the event site.
Definitely.
Sometime soon.
Yeah, and you know, it is one of those things, isn't it? Like, this is the surf capital of New South Wales. I mean, there's a lot of places that'll probably get a little eggy. The Northern Beaches love to claim that as well.
They do.
Newcastle, you can't argue with this joint. Like, the amount of World Championship Tour representation, the world titles, of course, MR, 4 of those just on his own back. Nicky Wood, a CT winner, an absolute, the youngest Championship Tour winner still, I believe, in men's surfing at least. Tyler Wright, I believe. Tyler Wright's still the youngest?
Tyler Wright won it at 14.
Here we go. Justin Becret, snap off the top, huge turn, gets the board slide and rides through the shocky.
Yes. That is exactly what Justin needed at this point in the heat. 11 minutes to go. Only had a pair of twos to his name, and you know what? Those big French beach breaks, that is the perfect training ground to come here with big oncoming sections and just unleash like he just did.
France has been cooking too.
It has been
cooking.
France is easily one of my favourite places in the
Yeah,
world.
if I start doom scrolling too much, just how quality the waves have been over there, it's a little bit of a rattle. But thankfully, we've got swell on the East Coast. We've had a good little run. It was a little bit of a dodgy summer for us, but you're so right. This is the kind of power that Justin Becret is used to. I love that little bit of a board slide. It could have worked against him because he came down straight into the impact zone, but he rides through it like a guy who knows how to deal with that sort of impact.
Yeah, just that moment where he was drifting on the coping of the wave just kind of elevated that turn as well. So 4.87, that last turn of Justin Becret. So we've seen both Justin and Tully now have waves that have gotten themselves into the 4 based on one turn. So they need to do that and do it again. Justin, having a look here, doesn't quite like that one. He's kicked out of a lot of waves now, so you can see he's being a little bit picky. Still needs a big score here on a 7.16, and it feels like that's got to be done in 2 turns unless it's something above the lip.
Yeah, it's going to be a tense end of this heat. We've got Hayden Rogers, Benny Lauritsen, a couple of little rookies holding it down here. Their surfing looks huge though. They do not look out of place, and it's going to be tricky for Justin and Tully to really pull them back in to line.
Bono, we're getting excited. You know, this is going to be a big week. We're going to welcome 9 more people onto that championship tour. Eli Hanneman already locked in, but take a look at that list. They all want that top 10 to stay exactly like that at this point, but so many people can jump into this top 10 here.
Yeah, this is an incredibly stacked top 10, isn't it? I mean, you look at that and you're like, well, how can anyone displace these guys? But, you know, pressure is a wild, wild thing. And even the best can delaminate when it's really applied. But just at first look, you're thinking, well, okay, we'll lock those guys in because no one's getting rid of them.
I know.
But it's just that stacked. And we're so used to seeing wild things happen in these final Challenger Series events of the season.
When you think about even 11 to 20, there's big names in that. Dimitri Poulos, Jorgan Kuzanat, Winter Vincent, Xavier Huxtable. There is so many names that if they creep into the top 10, you wouldn't be surprised.
Well, I think the big name that's scaring everyone is Cal Robson in 11th. So he is just outside the cut line. He's getting rid of an almost nothing score. I think 700 points he's got in that tally.
Jorgen is as well. He only needs to get rid of a 700. But Hoggy, he said it brilliantly when we were over in Hawaii. He said, whoever goes into that last event thinking about, you know, oh, he's got this and he's got to drop that, is going to get eaten alive. You need to go there with the one goal and the one goal only to win. Right now, though, we're looking to finish up this heat, but let's take a look at what's going on with the GWM recap. Big straight air from Hayden Rogers to kick us off, the high mark of the heat so far with a big grin, getting a 6.83 on that wave.
You're not smiling after an air like that. But this was a great start as well from Ben Lauritsen from Noosa. The backhand getting put to work. He starts to open up on the inside here. 1, 2, smashes the inside section for a really good score on that one, a 6.73.
Yeah, Hayden, he didn't slow down either. He said, all right, you guys want to see some good surfing? Goes for an absolute hammer into a massive air reverse on the inside. So he's knowing the judges are loving his progressive surfing, but it's just been the show of these two surfers.
Yeah, beautiful drivey top turn from Benny, and he gets the big finish. The combination snap up and over the lip into the whitewash. And that was a 5.3 to hold down second here. Priority with the Frenchman.
Yeah, just done. 4.87 for that last big turn that we saw. Tully Wiley saw him got a 4.5 right off the bat. That very first wave with a massive backside whack into the lip there. But he's been paddling for a while here. You can see, feels like a little bit of kind of energy finally starting to filter in, but maybe it's a bit more nervous energy than what we'd want it to be.
Oh, there's nothing worse than just getting lost at sea during a heat. You know, like, you're out there, you've got the talent, you've got the skill. You're absolutely chomping at the bit to just unleash, and you can't find a wave. It's torture.
It's the worst feeling.
It's mental anguish. And to hold it together, you know, for half an hour is so tricky.
It is the worst feeling to be so close and know that you need to get there. Even if we think about that last heat, Slade needed a 2.93. You know, he got there in the last 60 seconds. And the judges, they thought about it for a while. A couple judges said no, a couple judges said yes. So these guys, they don't want to be waiting to the final stages, the final minutes. Hayden Rogers, he's been winning it from the very start. Check snap to start off, loading up here. Another big straighty. Had the tweak you asked for.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Haydo. Love that. You know, that section, I think he identified as he came off the lip that there wasn't a whole lot of landing ramp or transition for him, so he just goes, why not? I'll just bone this thing out.
Yeah, I think Hayden, he's actually kind of giving us a little bit of Jose Francisco vibes. He's just surfing his own heat here.
You know, that was a great shot by our team there to show the faces of the other surfers. They're like, no, this guy's just on a little bit of a heater here. They would have seen the tail go high. He throws the board, doesn't want to damage it on landing. So Tully Wiley, bad news for him was before that wave, he'd slipped down into 4th priority as well. So there's work to be done here as, down the beach, was that him?
Yeah, it looks like that. No, it feels like actually that might have actually been Benny Lorenston. So hard to see green and blue on that paddle, but here we go. Tully. He's going to have a swing here late into it. So it was Tully. That was a mistake. That wave looked like it had potential, but stuck behind, unfortunately, for Tully Wiley. Ben Lorenston getting this one up a little bit wider into it on that first section. That foot looked like it shifted a little closer to the rail, but it's not phasing him at all. Swoops in for another turn. Connects so easily on a 4th and 5th. Big bangers into those last inside section there. So Ben Lorenston, not only did his foot slip, get him out of place, and he just looked so calm, so at ease, and just ready to bash that wave.
He just looks so lively. There's so much spark in his board. You know, he's dealing with the chop and the lump as if it's just something fun to sort of skate around. And yeah, he does lose his foot on one of these turns, but you know, there's just nothing there. He just recorrects, drives straight into the next turn. And you have to say, you know, there's just something going on here that looks just sharp as. You know, the blade is just razor sharp here.
How easy did those last 2 turns look? He just didn't even look like he was trying. They just had that whip on lock. So Ben, not only a fast surfer, but also a really powerful surfer. And that's the combo you need to have these days. You got to be light-footed, you got to be quick, and you got to be powerful. So Benny Lorenston really asserting himself in quite a way here. This is going to be another Bioglan replay of Hayden Rogers way down the beach. Big section, big air reverse there. Are you kidding? He just keeps getting better and better. And you know what? If something ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, well, he's just having a free surf, isn't he? Throws that one to the flats. Oh, upside down. Hooks it round here. Tancred. And necessary wave. Needs a 7.16. I can't see it on the back of one turn. As good as that turn was.
Oh, he's had some brilliant moments in this heat, hasn't he? That 487, that big late connection on his front side. And then there was even, you know, his board completely disconnecting from his feet on that big upside down hook that we saw on that left just there for Justin. But 716, I mean, it has to be the best wave of the heat. It's a brilliant turn, but unfortunately, with someone like Hayden out there, I just don't think this one backside hook's going to do it.
Nah. I mean, it is a classic backside snap. A real hanger. Fin sort of busted free of the lip for a moment. Lots of drama. But then look how easy it's coming here. You know, there's just no desperation in this guy's surfing at all. And sometimes just you throw it to the wind and you're just riding out of things without even thinking about it.
Gosh, it's just so easy.
Yeah, he's hit a little flow state here.
Wow, 7-4.
Best air of the heat. Judges loving that one.
Yeah, he's convincingly won this. I mean, just how technical it is, how just consistently he's landing them too. I mean, he's only not made one out of his 4 air attempts. So also just showing that he's got an incredible make rate when it comes to being so progressive and so in the air. So 617 he's dropping. And that could easily be the healthiest total of this round.
Yeah, he's had a great afternoon. And that a real kind of difference in styles there. You know, the first air that he did was a nice little click. It just popped off the coping and sent his board up into the air. He had plenty of hang time. That one was more of a throw. You know, one of those tail throws. And here on the backhand again. So they're just finding so many opportunities. The whip. So much sting here for Ben Lauritsen, and he's feeling extremely good about his first appearance in the Challenger Series here at the Bioglan SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
I cannot wait to see how he kind of matches up against everyone in that big round of 64. His surfing speaks volumes, and I think he's a real threat as a wild card, and Hayden is as well. This has been a really interesting performance from these two. A bit of heartbreak right now, though. Tully Wiley obviously looking for a 7.53. Justin looking for a 7.16. Goes for an air himself. That board just skidding out underneath him, but it's been just those two wild cards with this new Challenger Series energy that just no one was even coming close to them.
Well, Justin McCred fought hard, didn't he? He put some really great moments on the board, as you said, Jess, just not enough opportunity. You know, one-turn waves, they just weren't really giving him what he needed. And Tully Wiley, what a mongrel of a heat. Just a low-down junkyard dog of a heat.
Oh, Tully.
Miserable, awful heat. And, you know, no fault of his own. He just could not get in position to find the waves that he needed. Such a great surfer. He'll be so bummed.
Yeah, it's heartbreak to see that from Tully Wiley, but it's going to be exciting to see Hayden Rogers and Ben Lorenzen into that next round. We're going to go to an ad break, but stick around, guys. We have the Stone and Wood Post Show coming up right after this.
Welcome to the Stone and Wood post show. It is the first of many for what will be a long and drenched Aussie leg. But we are here in beautiful Newcastle for the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Big opening day on hold for just waiting for the conditions to sort themselves out, and then we had some really do or die heats. Obviously big goals for everyone here at Newcastle this year. Those at the back end of the rankings, they want to try and get into the top 20, shore up a CS spot for next year, and then we're going to see, I think as we move into the next round, the favourites for the event, and we're going to sort it all out and find the graduating class for the championship tour this year. It's going to be super exciting. Ronnie Blakey, Felicity Palmatier, Vaughan Blakey. Vaughan, great to be back in Newcastle, 40 years of SURFEST.
Oh, how good is this? And, what an interesting way to kick off the surf season with the last event of this season for the Challenger Series. It's just so exciting that we're going to be figuring out who our graduating class are from this Challenger Series. And we're going to be heading down to Bells with a whole new class. But, 40 years in Newcastle, 40 years of SURFEST. This event is one of the all-time greats, and it's great to be back.
Limited spots left for the women to fight for on their quest to qualify for the championship tour. But on the men's side, quite an open race still, Flick, and we're going to dive into some of those first 8 heat highlights. Let's start with heat number 6. Pretty impressive, Reef Hazelwood. He's been at it for a while, and he showed just his veteran composure out there today.
Oh, so composed. And, you spoke to it, Ronnie. The conditions just cleaned up throughout the day. You can see it here so clearly. Everything sort of sorted itself out, and there really were some clean faces to be found. But for me, he locked in the 7-8-3. I think this might be him just setting it up here. Loads up for this inside section, absolutely punts to the air. And, he's known for that. He's so well versed in the air. So beautiful to watch here. And like you said, Ron, veteran approach.
He's a gymnast form. Give him a ribbon and watch him just complete those pirouettes. Well above the lip, well above obviously the landing zone. It was a super intense heat. Had a couple of young guns in that one as well, but Rafael Teixeira, the Brazilian veteran, hanging on for second spot, despite Joe Azucci fighting hard to try and get himself up into that top 2.
Yeah, it was a very tight heat. Super scary. You come here and it's lumpy, it's stormy. You've got to try and find your rhythm right off the word go, or it's pack your bags. That's the end of the Challenger Series. And, Joe threw everything at it. Just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, impressive. There's still a strong field of Japanese competitors in the mix. Who'll be starting their campaigns in that second round. Reef Hazelwood, extremely happy camper. Chatting to Geordie Lawler after the heat. A lot to smile about. Just a really solid heat score total. 14.07. The best of the day.
Yeah, barrier reef. Hazelwood, he had him on full display after that one for good reason. Big smiles. And he's absolutely stoked. Look at that total. Huge.
All right, well, we just saw the completion of the last heat of the day. We've still got a lot of highlights to get to. Still plenty to break down in the first Stone and Wood post show of the Aussie leg. But right now we're going to hear from Kaipo. He's found the winner of the last heat of the day.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Hayden, first challenger, first heat, 14.23. I think you're off to a pretty good start there, young man.
Yeah, it was pretty cool getting into this event last minute because I ended up making the challenger for next season. So just getting a warm-up was great, and then to make a heat was sick too.
Well, with a heat total like that, one of the higher of the day, that's got to give you confidence.
Yeah, it's coming into the challenger, I don't know, I was wondering how I was going to get scored, so just to put up a couple scores is good for the confidence.
You are yet another arrow in the quiver of San Clemente surfing. There's so much talent coming out there. It's a little after 9 over there at home. You got any words for the crew at home cheering you on?
Yeah, just shout out to anyone supporting me back at home from San Clemente. Stoked.
San Clemente, Ron. They're still pumping out talent generation after generation.
Aren't they what? What a performance from the young man, and just seemed pretty cool and collected as he just took the victory in the last heat of the day.
These grommets, just paddle out in your first ever Challenger Series and just start throwing lofty punts and throwaways to the flats and riding out with big smile on your face. It says a lot about this next generation, just how comfortable they are taking on big names and experienced heads, but he looked right at home at this level.
He sure did, and that heat score total surpassing what was served up not only by Reef Hazelwood, but the other great performer today was Caleb Tancred. We're going to have a look at the highlights of that heat now. It was heat number 2. Great to see Caleb making a return to competition and doing it in absolutely fine form. And Lennox Smith, he started the heat with this combo.
Oh, I mean, this was an absolutely epic heat to watch. I mean, both of these guys, Caleb and Lennox, obviously we spoke about it. They've been at the ABB just yesterday and then come down to Newcastle and back it up with performances like this. I mean, these guys have hardly slept, you know. They've flown down, they've either drove overnight, and you just continued with that momentum, right? I mean, they probably ran up Burley Hill about 400 times yesterday, and then, you know, this is no easy feat into conditions like today. A lot of the guys I was speaking to in their post-heat interviews were just saying there is a lot of water moving out there. It is really hard work. So, yeah, Caleb just looking so solid, so strong, and, yeah, I'm really liking his return back to competition.
He had no rhythm out there, Vaughan. He was like you on guitar in the first half of the heat, but he just kept going and he kept fighting to find it. And when he tapped into it, man, he laid down some big turns.
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, his whole comeback was kind of sparked with just a couple of Instagram clips of just big turns. I'll never forget, there was one from Boomerang Beach where he just let rip, and I was like, whoa, he is so back. But what he's done is actually get to a point now where his board just looks so sharp. You know, his whole game, it's not just the big hanger anymore. It's like linking it together and putting together these wonderful heat totals as well. And he just looks so ready to take on the Challenger Series next year, doesn't he?
Yeah, physically he looks ready, doesn't he? He has the shoulders on him.
Big unit.
Yeah.
Huge.
Training the house down, and yeah, the ideal opening heat for him. His first Challenger Series event, and there's a number of surfers getting that opportunity, but him by the way of a wildcard through Revere Projects. He's not wasting it.
No way, mate. And yeah, he is a big unit. He could bench press your last golf score.
Well, that is a big lift. All right, well, let's have a look at the Boost Mobile heat of the day. It was an absolutely beauty. Heat number 1, and another one of those competitors that had the bolt down the coast after a strong performance up there at Burleigh Heads at the Australian Board Riders Battle was this guy, Dakota Walters, almost getting the job done for Byron yesterday, turned up today, got the job done for himself.
This impressed me, right? I mean, we were waiting around all morning. We had a couple of holds. There was storm at sea. It was rainy. And then these guys, I mean, they just went out there and made it look actually, like, really fun. I mean, Dakota managed to find a couple of waves, really clean face, threw the punt in there. He's giving us a bit of variation. But yeah, I just thought, you know, it was almost looking like, is this thing really going to run or not? And as soon as they got out there, like, oh, no, there's waves. They made it look so good.
Yeah, and the big story of this heat was the buzzer beater moment here for the Tahitian, Mihamana Bray. He got the jump on Dom Thomas, the local Grom, who actually started the heat with a 7, so it was a big turnaround.
Great result there for Minimaha as well, and yeah, he's done such a good job to get through this heat. We've seen him, you know, at the highest level, and he's done some wonderful things. So to get into the grind here early in this Challenger Series event is a great sign. Yeah,
just last year, semi-finaled in Tahiti. On his road to that semi too, he knocked off Yago Dora, who ultimately went on to win the world title. So a massive result there for the Tahitian. We know this is a special year. Flick, 40 years of SURFEST. We all grew up watching this comp, and now we've been lucky enough to work on it the last few years. You even surfed in it back in the day.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Hey, but it is magic, and it's going to be even more special this year because we're uncovering some new talent that's going to join the CT ranks.
Oh, it's cool. I mean, I think back to all the past winners. I said it this morning in the Dawn Patrol, who've etched their name in that trophy and what they've gone on to do in the sport. Especially, you know, I think about the women who have had multiple titles out here. You know, you think Pam Burridge, I think Beck Woods and Sally Fitzgibbons, you know, and she's still here competing today. It's pretty inspiring. I mean, Vaughan, you know, he had the Stone and Wood Real Talk, and you're like, okay, you know, the most iconic Novocastrian you can think of. Oh. Is it Emma? Is it Arkell? There's so many to choose from, you know. There's
Nick
so much history here.
Chad Edser, Simon Robinson, Beck Woods. Like, there's so many great surfers from this region, and you just throw a dartboard at any of the people in that Merriweather Surf Club or any of the other beaches, and you're going to hit a legend pretty much.
Yeah. Well, let's give that a go this afternoon up at the Beaches Hotel. Yeah. But it has been an incredible run. The honour roll for this contest is amazing. Warren Smith and his team always put on a fantastic contest, and we've got some highlights of 40 years of Surfest to share with you now.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, this hasn't just been a coastline, it's been an arena. It started as a vision championed by local hero Mark Richards.
I've waited for years to see a contest in Newcastle. I've always wanted to see one here.
And 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST, transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
Rows of tents, towers and TV scaffolding certainly have Newcastle Beach looking the part as host to the world's richest surfing tournament.
All the top guys are in there. First heat I felt terrible, I felt a bit better then.
I've got full support from the crowd.
It's easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
It was the beginning of an era that would continue for the next 40 years.
Mr. Tom Carroll.
Damien Hart.
I felt like I was cruising the whole final.
I knew I had to get one good one. I just waited and it came to me, got it in through the shore. I was stoked.
And then I felt myself just getting sucked down, and then I was in the washing machine.
I was started to win and I was like, and it all just paid off.
Just to see my name up on the board, I'm pretty stoked that I've got that there, and I can claim that for the rest of my life.
To win it here, it's like family, friends, it's really amazing. Surfest played a huge role for me, Ryan, Jackson, and all the Novi Castrians.
Surfest has pretty much been my life, my childhood, growing up. It's everything I've known, and it's been a pleasure to watch it grow and to be a part of it as well.
I feel like I'm running away just having this support and this love down here, so it's pretty awesome.
Surfest is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle.
This town's insane, you know, like great food, great waves, really, really nice people.
And for me, it's the highlight of the year, and it's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
Surfest will definitely continue to grow, but the reason we're still here is because of the support we receive from the City of Newcastle, our sponsors, the Newcastle community and the World Surf League.
It's just like a very special stretch of sand, and it's an honour to surf here.
How good is that? We're going to be just writing a little bit more history into the pages of the Surfest book, and look, here it is. The book is there, 40 years of Surfest. It's a beauty. But it is going to be awesome to see what unfolds this week, expecting conditions to sort of maintain. There'll definitely be some waves around, so it's going to be fun to watch. But let's get a closer look at what is coming our way through the event window. We'll have a look at the Surfline forecast. Flick, you're always paying more attention to me than what goes on Surfline. I'm more of a rock up the beach and see what's doing kind of guy.
I can wake up and check it.com. No, if you look here right now, I mean, obviously you can see these big red blobs, right? And I think, you know, today we saw that in full force. This morning we woke up and there was no shortage of swell. Take a look for the next 4 days and still really the same story. This whole event, we're going to see, you know, 4 to 5 foot, maybe a little bit bigger throughout the back end of the week. The good news is, I mean, I look at Wednesday and Thursday there. It's going to be nice and offshore in the morning and, you know, 4 to 6 foot, 5 to 7 foot. So we've got some really good surf coming up and plenty of opportunity, I'd say.
Yeah, I think, too, from what I saw today, Vaughan, there was just a lot of just watching the conditions, trying to identify where the best part of the bank was for the competitors in that seeded round. And there is so much talent in those ranks and a lot of people who are trying to get back to the CT after getting cut last year. So
it was definitely tricky. It was tricky out there today, but, you know, one thing that we're frothing about is with that much swell, there's plenty of opportunity. So no one's going to be sitting out there. Oh, well, sorry, no one except for Tali Wally. Sorry, mate. It was a tricky one. He just couldn't identify the spot. You'll see that occasionally, but basically the forecast is saying everyone's going to get a shot at this.
Beautiful. Well, a lot of people did find those opportunities, those ramps out there today. It's time for us to dive into the Bioglan Daily Dose, their top 5 moments from what was a short but intense day of competition. Starting at number 5, this is Lennox Smith with a 7.17.
Yeah, this is beautiful to see. I mean, he had just had, I know, one crazy weekend. ABB, we've mentioned it all day today, and then straight down here to Newcastle and just dropping an absolute hammer like this in heat number 2. Still a bit unruly there, and he had the pick of it, really. Just beautiful textbook surfing. Nice variation there. Was able to release the fins, and he was looking good.
Caleb Tancred, Vaughan, just back in a big way.
The big unit starts throwing his weight around here after a big weekend of surfing. He ran about 200 Ks up there at Burleigh Heads, and he's just come straight down and gone to work yet again. Solid performance from Caleb Tancred.
Yeah, Alistair Reginato, he's been in some kind of form lately, getting himself a victory down at Phillip Island recently and also performing extremely well up at Burleigh Heads over the weekend. He just clubbed those heavy sections out there on the back end.
Oh, he only had a couple of hours sleep last night, he said. So to perform like that, I mean, he's really, really doing well. And I'm looking forward to seeing him for the rest of the event.
And then we had Makana Fransman. This is his first Challenger Series, Vaughan. He took off on his very first wave and threw this at us.
Yeah, what a surfer, and what an experience for him to be here at Newcastle again. And a massive frontside full rudder to the flats. It got the crowd on its feet. And what a great way to kick off this Bioglan SURFEST presented by Bonsoy with a move like that, day one.
He didn't even crock the number one spot. That belonged to Reef Hazelwood, who had a fantastic heat, dropping a couple of excellent scores, but had a big rotation of his own.
Oh, you just can't ignore it. I mean, highest single wave total of the day, the 783 here, but just beautiful and lofty, and the full rotation, just beautiful, smooth landing too. Yeah.
He's just so consistent at sticking those big lofty airs, Reef, and you kind of always get the feeling that his chances, you know, even though he's great on the rail as well, but his chances are always increased by a bit of onshore wind.
You know, a few years ago, he looked CT ready. He got that wild card at Narrabeen. He did a couple of moves in that comp that were just incredible. He's had ups and downs since then, but, you know, I'm so glad he's back on that Challenger Series. Can't wait to see him attack it next year. But, you know, even better, we get to see him do it in this comp.
Absolutely. City of Newcastle has so much for us, even in addition to the surfing. What are you up to this afternoon, Flick?
Oh, maybe the beach hotel, Ronnie. Bit of trivia. Is that today?
We've got a bit of work to get through here on set before we get up there. But it's been an awesome start to the event. Big days coming our way, a lot on the line as these young surfers get ready to take on the biggest heats of their lives, Vaughan.
Yeah, so much pressure. I mean, the screws are going to turn with every single heat that gets surfed. You know, for the crew trying to, you know, like pressure starting to build. For the young guys, nothing to lose. So we're going to see the very best of what this Challenger Series has to offer in the next few days.
Bring it on. Next call will be 7:30 a.m. local time. We'll see you then. Until then, get into worldsurfleague.com. Have a look at some of the incredible heats coming your way on day 2 of competition. It's going to be a big one. See you then.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.